Chapter 1901, Blast Through the Void. Damn it! In these past years, numerous Saint Empyreans had fought through the primeval universe while suffering little damage. But in this battle, 3 of them had already died before much fighting had even occurred. Moreover, they were all Upper Empyreans. Upon reaching the level of an Empyrean, wanting to defeat a similar opponent wasn't difficult. However, wanting to kill one was a completely different matter. After all, every person that managed to reach the heights of an Empyrean was an extreme talent that was blessed with a great destiny. They had experienced innumerable lucky chances as they grew and had countless life-saving cards hidden up their sleeves. And their own defensive capabilities were particularly powerful, their life force almost unparalleled in tenacity. But such characters had been instantly annihilated to dust upon facing the White Spirit ship, killed without a chance to react. This left the rest of them frightened. It had to be known that in the all-out war between the humans and Saints 3.6 billion years ago, the Saints only had several hundred Empyreans die, and most of them were lower Empyreans and middle Empyreans. Now, to lose 3 upper Empyreans like this, the losses were mind-boggling. Several other Empyreans were also severely injured. Their combat strength had weakened. However, their mortal bodies were formidable and their regenerative abilities were outstanding. These wounds slowly healed. That spirit ship, how can it be so strong? Just what sort of ancient treasure is that terrifying? Several Empyreans felt fear rise in their hearts. Before this, they were already accustomed to the ancient remnant races scattering to flee upon the beginning of a fight as they were all immediately routed. To the Saints, invading the primeval universe was the same as beating up a crippled man. It was a completely overwhelming and one-sided battle. They had never experienced such frustration before. Slow them down, but do not face them head-on. Be careful of that god cannon. The ancient races have countless treasures. Once they die they are all ours. A peak Empyrean sent out a sound transmission. At this time, more and more Saint Empyreans were catching up. The Saints possessed 7 universes, each universe having Empyreans that numbered in the triple digits. With all the universes added together, they had over 1,000 Empyreans. This was an incomparably terrifying strength. Compared to this, the ancient races were far too weak. Even with all of them combined together, they only had several dozen Empyreans, even less than humanity. In the cannon blast just now, how much energy was used up? The old god sovereign calmly asked as he stood before the Azura primal god cannon's array formation. Approximately 2%. At most we can send out 20 cannon blasts. We have to retain at least 60% energy for our protective barriers and the flight array formation. Moreover, if we fire the cannon too many times, we will also consume a considerable amount of strength. The Azura primal god cannon could burn energy stones to attack, but it needed an Empyrean to manage the array formation. In order to operate a beyond divinity level magic weapon, the pressure it placed on the Empyreans could be imagined. 20 strikes. The old god sovereign placed his palms together, wrapping his fingers as he was lost in thought. Without a doubt, there was a massive disparity in strength between the ancient races and the Saints. It was impossible to make up for this difference by depending on the Ark of Hope alone. Even if they sent out another 20 cannon blasts, they wouldn't be able to kill many more Empyreans. This was because the Saint Empyreans were now wary and would avoid the direction of the Azura primal god cannon. This made killing these Saint Empyreans far more difficult. Rush out. Don't try to fight them. The old god sovereign was incredibly calm. The Ark of Hope was the only thing they could rely on to escape, so they had to avoid the Saints as much as they could. As long as they could break out of the encirclement and penetrate past the spatial barrier that surrounded the Chaos Star Ocean, they could use the Ark of Hope to warp forwards with a greater void shift. With that, they would be provided temporary safety. But the Saint Empyreans wouldn't let the ancient races do as they wished. In the void of the primeval universe, everyone was far away from each other. The low-level martial artists had long since fled, leaving behind only the Empyreans. Only an Empyrean-level martial artist could play a role in fighting the Ark of Hope. A blinding divine light wove through the starry void. Astral essence swelled forth, gushing out like a growing galaxy. Many Empyreans attacked together. The scene was dazzling to the eyes. Slow them down, delay for time. Two peak Saint Empyreans thrust out their hands. Golden astral essence transformed into giant palms that grabbed onto the Ark of Hope's hull. These two Empyreans attacked from a tricky angle. They avoided the Azura Primal God Cannon and chose a relatively safe area. Soon after, another peak Empyrean summoned a magic tool. This magic tool was a large bronze bell. The bell rolled like an oncoming thunderstorm, smashing into the Ark of Hope. Bam! With a loud explosion, the giant bell smashed into the Ark of Hope's defensive barrier. The bell collapsed and was sent tumbling away. Although the Ark of Hope wasn't damaged, the ship had used up a great deal of energy. Everyone strike. Move as far back as you can to attack and use up the ship's energy. This ship should be a peak true divinity spirit treasure. Although breaking it is impossible, as long as we can exhaust its energy supplies, then that ridiculous pack of dead ancient races will be nothing but a turtle in a jar. We will be able to kill them as we please. The peak Empyrean who threw the bell shined with a golden light, his voice indifferent as he spoke. Ha, that's right, we don't need to frontally face them at all. The Saint Empyreans all drew back, cold sneers on their face. They pulled out all sorts of magic tools and soon endless divine light enveloped the entire void for millions of miles. The Ark of Hope's energy was slowly consumed. The Empyreans managing the array formation also consumed their soul force. The ancient race Empyreans were fighting an enemy with 10 times their numbers. Bang! The Azura Primal God Cannon blasted out once more. The thick beam of light pierced through the void, causing a horrifying energy storm to roll up. However, the Saint Empyreans were already prepared. They could keenly feel the Azura Primal God Cannon gathering energy and were able to move away a step ahead. Only a lower Empyrean, because he was too slow and his sense wasn't too sharp, was sucked up into that energy storm. After being pulled into the horrifying energy storm, that lower Empyreans was immediately reduced to ashes. Damn! One of the God Race Empyreans managing the Azura Primal God Cannon pounded his fist onto the array formation's altar. The magic tool left behind by my ancestors has been shamed beneath my hands. Although the energy is powerful, my abilities are lacking and I cannot kill this damned pack of dogs. The Azura Primal God Cannon was too high-grade a weapon. If the martial artists of the ancient remnant races wanted to operate it, they simply lacked the ability to freely use it. They were no different from little children picking up heavy axes and trying to wield them. It required far too much energy to lift the axe and their dexterity was lacking. As long as someone was fast enough and moved just a little, they could easily avoid the strike. In front of the array formation's altar, Lin Ming silently looked upon all of this. He was rapidly replaying the 2 blasts of the Azura Primal God Cannon. The shimmering lights of the array formation's runes reappeared in his mind as he constantly analyzed them. Then, with another explosion, the hull trembled. The Saint Empyreans were barraging the protective barrier of the Ark of Hope. Once the protective barrier was destroyed, the Saint Empyreans could even invade the Ark of Hope and fight directly with those on board. Once that happened, the 10 billion plus members of the ancient remnant races on board would be slaughtered like lambs at the butcher, recklessly killed. The hull's energy had been reduced to 95%. Someone reported. A gloomy cloud covered the old god sovereign's face. The leaders of the other ancient races also appeared ill. This was because the good fortune Saint Sovereign had yet to appear. The truth was that all the powerhouses present had already decided to bet their lives on this battle and were willing to give up their lives if needed. But if they used up all of their strength before the good fortune Saint Sovereign appeared, then their sacrifice would be meaningless. The ancient races had already come to this point. All the Empyreans present, especially the elderly ones, no longer feared death. Death was not frightening, what was frightening was dying without meaning. Let me try. At this time, a hesitant and slightly unsure voice sounded out. Everyone turned. The one speaking was the only person in the central control room of the Ark of Hope that didn't even have a World King cultivation, Lin Ming. You want to control the Azura Primal God Cannon? The eyes of some of the elderly leaders lit up. Lin Ming had conjured numerous miracles already. If he were to propose something like this, everyone's first reaction was hoping that he could create a miracle once more. Lin Ming slowly nodded, his eyes still unsure. While he had studied the Azura Primal God Cannon's array formation before this, he hadn't obtained any substantial results. The array formation was too unwieldy and the laws involved were far too profound. Moreover, the requirement of absolute strength was extremely high. After all, Lin Ming had yet to study the complete Azura Sutra, he wasn't omnipotent. I can only say I can try, and I will also need your assistance. My strength is far too lacking to activate the Azura Primal God Cannon. I can only try to steer the direction so it is more accurate. Lin Ming discreetly said after deeply thinking over it. Great! Hearing Lin Ming's words, many ancient race martial artists immediately perked up, their lowered morale somewhat restored. In a corner of the room, Smokeless watched all of this occur, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She discovered that unknowingly, Lin Ming's status within the ancient remnant races had become invaluable. Every word and action he took could inspire morale within the Empyreans. This was almost unthinkable. Open the array. The old god sovereign looked at Lin Ming, a wizened and affectionate smile on his face. Like the name of this spirit ship, what the ancient remnant races needed was hope. And the peerless elites of the younger generation were the source of this hope. With Lin Ming here, the old god sovereign felt much more at ease. His life was already winding down to its end. Even if he didn't live to see the day that the ancient races overcame the great calamity, he could still die in peace. Wang Wang Wang. Beneath the constant barrage of the saints, the Azura Primal God Cannon's array formation activated once more. For a time, the scattered energy within the universe began to crazily stir. The energy in the primeval universe was thin, but these energies were varied and profound, with all sorts of origin energies contained within it. Like a whale drinking water, all of these energies rolled up towards the Ark of Hope. To absorb as much energy from the universe as possible while keeping the energy use of the Ark of Hope to the barest minimum, this was one of the changes Lin Ming made to the Azura Primal God Cannon's array formation while operating it. Of course, this change was all based upon Lin Ming's profound understanding into the Azura laws. Chapter 1902 Guide. More and more energy accumulated. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn, his composure dignified. To borrow the strength of so many Empyreans and manage such a high-grade array formation, this was a tremendous consumption to his divine soul. If it weren't for Lin Ming having adventured through the soul world for over 20 years, experiencing the ancient galactic battlefield twice and grasping the principles atop the Fallen God mountain range, he would have found it impossible to persist. Ha! Here they come, they're trying the same old trick again. Why not try something new? As the Azura Primal God Cannon began condensing energy, many Saint Empyreans immediately noticed it. Avoid the muzzle. Have that blast hit empty space. Those ancient race retards, while we're worrying about how to consume their spirit ship's energy, they actually do something so stupid like wasting their energy to attack us. That's just what we want. Although many Saint Empyreans were speaking in a relaxed manner, the truth was that no one underestimated their opponent. They each used their own methods to avoid the Azura Primal God Cannon. Some distorted space, using the space laws to erratically drift from place to place and making it impossible to latch onto their position. Some people created layers upon layers of illusions, making it impossible to find their true body. Some people even took out hundreds of puppets to block the line of sight. There were even those that laid down illusory magic arrays to hide themselves. The Empyreans present were all outstanding individuals even amongst elites. Before this, they had experienced 2 blasts already and had found out the general rules in order to dodge it. Thus, the methods they used to avoid became increasingly sophisticated, and even lower Empyreans with enough experience were confident they wouldn't be sucked into the blast. These devious bastards. Seeing the originally distant and blurry Saint Empyreans vanish or create layers of illusions, the ancient race martial artists all had ugly complexions. Lin Ming remained tranquil as he watched all of this. His hands guided the energy gathered by the ancient race Empyreans as he carefully sensed the Azura Primal God Canon's array formation. This array diagram was all-encompassing and included numerous laws of the universe's void. Calming his mind, Lin Ming's consciousness seemed to stand in the void of space. Beneath his feet was the Azura Primal God Canon's array formation. This array diagram spread out in his mind, covering the surrounding space for countless millions of miles, forming a comprehensive spatial projection in his mind. And all life within this array diagram, including himself, including the ancient races, including the saints, was shown within this projection without a single omission. Lin Ming didn't hurry. He closed his eyes, his mind like a placid lake. His mind tightly wove together with the Azura Primal God Canon's array formation, rapidly catching the projection of every person. Slowly, he locked onto a position. In this position there were 9 Saint Empyreans, and each one had a cultivation of a Middle Empyrean or above. Here it is. Within the array diagram, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open, a cold killing intent bursting out from them. From his body, the energy gathered by the ancient race Empyreans started to rush out without reserve. With Lin Ming as the guide and the energy from the many Empyreans as the power source, he began to activate the Azura Primal God Canon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire arc of hope vibrated. Heaven and earth origin energy began to condense in space, forming innumerable spheres of light, all of various sizes. These spheres of light came in different colors, each one representing different types of energy. Now, they all gathered into the Azura Primal God Canon as they were inhaled into it. For a time, the Azura Primal God Canon emitted a divine light in all directions, as if a sun were being born within. What a death wish! A Saint Empyrean sneered. He could feel that the energy within the Azura Primal God Canon was over twice as large as that of the 2 previous strikes. The more they consume energy, the quicker they will die. Everyone be careful, especially lower Empyreans. Make sure to avoid their attacks and have this bunch of ancient race idiots fail. The Saint Empyreans communicated to each other with sound transmissions, rapidly flying back and forth in the distance. And at this time, the Azura Primal God Canon erupted. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed out, as if 100,000 god beasts were roaring out as one. In that moment, the world seemed to lose its color. A beam of divine light millions of miles long lit up the void, seeming as if it would cause the universe to collapse. The brilliant light could even pierce through and blind a world king's eyes. For a moment, the Saint Empyreans felt as if their 5 senses had been stripped away. Their hearts shook. On reflex, they all drew backwards. This is bad. Some people realized that this cannon blast wasn't the same. The Saint Empyreans present were all elites. Although their senses were eliminated, they still had their own methods to feel danger in the ruinous tide of energy. However, as their divine sense touched upon the massive beam of light emitted by the Azura Primal God Canon, all of them were left panic-stricken. What? They watched as the beam of light split apart in the void. 1 divided to 3, 3 divided to 9, and then each beam of light changed paths, separately veering off into 9 directions, shooting towards their targets like the arrows of a divine god. And in these 9 directions, each place had an Empyrean that was locked onto by a divine light. In that instant, no matter what illusion they used, no matter what technique or avatar ability they tried, no matter how they twisted the void, all of their attempts of evasion were utterly destroyed by the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, leaving them without a place to hide. Even those Saint Empyreans that weren't aimed at felt a sharp and severe light shoot towards their heads. It was like a person had pointed a cold sword at their heads, ready to kill them in the next moment. Ah! An Empyrean cried out miserably. The divine lights were far too fast. The Empyreans had been able to avoid the cannon blasts not because they were faster, but because they had calculated the avoidance path ahead of time. But now that they were directly focused on by the divine light, this was a completely different situation. The Empyrean that cried out was punctured by a beam of divine light. His body instantly evaporated to ashes as he blew up in a cascade of fireworks. Following that, more and more fireworks lit up the void. Saint Empyreans were killed off by the Azura Primal God Cannon one after another. An Empyrean that hid in a spatial distortion didn't even have time to cry out. The spatial distortion he hid in was pierced through. The space barrier he made simply wasn't able to block the Azura Primal God Cannon. Among the others, those that had used an illusory magic array or released puppets were all annihilated without exception, instantly slain where they stood. Only a peak Empyrean, the one who had struck the Ark of Hope with the giant bell before, was able to use his terrifying strength to forcefully avoid the killing trajectory of the Azura Primal God Cannon. Bang! The divine bell covered him. Half the energy from the shockwaves of the Azura Primal God Cannon were absorbed by this peak Empyrean spirit treasure. The divine bell caved in and the spirit treasure nearly twisted in half. Within, the divine bell old man bled from every orifice. He rapidly retreated in distress. By taking severe wounds and almost ruining his spirit treasure as the price, he had avoided the final fatal blow. In a brief moment, of the 9 Empyreans that were locked onto by the Azura Primal God Cannon, 8 had died and a 9th was severely wounded. The 8 Empyreans that died were all middle or upper Empyreans, and the one that was injured was a peak Empyrean. Lin Ming hadn't bothered attacking the lower Empyreans. Because, it just wasn't worth it. Among the saints, many Empyreans were completely shell-shocked. Even the divine bell old man who had managed to survive the disaster hadn't managed to recover his scattered wits yet. His face was pale. No one had expected that the might of the cannon blast would reach such a degree. In the blink of an eye, 8 Empyreans had perished. Just what sort of concept was that? Even the all-out strike of a true divinity might not be able to replicate such an effect. Within the Ark of Hope, the ancient race martial artists were all overjoyed by the cannon blast. Well struck. That felt great. Currently, there were only 100 to 200 Saint Empyreans on the battlefield. If a single barrage could kill 8, then they only needed to fire the cannons several more times to eliminate half of them. Moreover, the key point was that the cannon blast just now had boosted group morale. The originally depressed ancient race martial artists began to burn with confidence once more. You were actually able to split the cannon blast into 9 beams and have each beam attack a different enemy. Lin Ming, you've done well. In our hands, we've simply disgraced this magic tool left behind by our ancestors. The several ancient race Empyreans that spoke had already tried using the Azura Primal God Cannon. They were well aware of how difficult it was to control the firing direction of the Azura Primal God Cannon. Hitting people with it was already difficult to begin with, let alone dividing the attack into 9. When they shot out a cannon blast, they wasted over 90% of the energy. However, Lin Ming was able to reasonably divide the energy of the Azura Primal God Cannon. The disparity was just too great. Lin Ming forced a smile. His face was paper white. In that cannon blast just now, although he hadn't used his own body's energy and had used the energy gathered from the Empyreans, he had still been the one controlling and directing the energies. And to direct the array formation along with that, this had drained Lin Ming. After all, he was only a peak Holy Lord and he had yet to consolidate his foundation. The Azura Primal God Cannon's array formation is too complex and there are highly profound Azura Heavenly Tao rules contained within it. I found it extremely difficult to control and barely managed to divide the blast into 9, moreover, I failed to kill one of those people. If I was a bit more skilled in the Azura Heavenly Tao, I would have been able to enliven each beam of light with its own spirituality so that they could actively target enemies. However, that wasn't what happened. I overdrew my soul force just then. I won't be able to guide a second cannon blast for some time. As Lin Ming spoke, the ancient race Empyreans also saw how exhausted he was. Smokeless quickly handed a soul recovery pill to Lin Ming. Of the pills that the celestial race elders refined without a care for the cost, she still had some remaining. And at this time, outside of the Ark of Hope, the Saint Empyreans had already begun to panic. How could that strike just now have strengthened by so much? Could they have been lulling us into a sense of false confidence so they could cut us down at a critical time? It shouldn't be. The first time they attacked, we weren't on guard. If they were to use their strongest attack at that time, then the effects would have been much better. Saint Empyreans rapidly passed around sound transmissions, a growing horror evidence in their voices. Many middle and lower Saint Empyreans felt a shadow cast over their hearts. Without a doubt, if they had been aimed at instead of those 8 dead others, it would have been them turned to ashes. No matter how great the heavens or earth were, they placed their own lives at the greatest level of importance. After all, this wasn't some critical life or death battle for their race. The reason they had joined this war was for the inheritances and treasures of the primeval realm ruins and the many resources promised to them by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, if their lives were in danger or if there was a high chance of them perishing, it was inevitable that they would develop thoughts of fleeing. However, even though ordinary Empyreans were frightened, the many peak Empyreans didn't retreat. There were 12 of them together, and they were the true commanders of the primeval universe war. Chapter 1903, The Power of the God Decrees. The Saint Empyreans were naturally able to see how strange the spirit ship was. If they freely allowed it to escape and use great void shifts, then it would be even more difficult to chase after them, and because of this they would all be guilty of failing in their duties. On the other hand, if they could keep the ancient remnant races from escaping, they would be able to obtain generous rewards from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. These past years, they had been busy guarding the primeval realm ruins. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign, as the most powerful true divinity amongst the saints, his resources, whether in quality or quantity, were enough to make others drool with envy. The 12 of us can join together. We just have to be a bit more careful. A peak Empyrean sent out a sound transmission. The other peak Empyreans nodded. That blast just now must have consumed a considerable amount of their strength. If that cannon light divided into 9, there must have been an extreme degree of control behind it. With the soul force needed for such control, they shouldn't be able to send out such a blast every time. A peak Empyrean analyzed the situation. He wore red robes and his figure was tall and wide. Amongst the 12 peak Empyreans, he held the greatest authority. Magic tools were taken out one after another, forming a wall of light blocking out space. They moved back, preparing to engage in a battle of attrition once more. They only wanted to delay the Ark of Hope and wait for the good fortune Saint Sovereign to catch up to the battlefield. As the supreme commander of the Saints' War, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't stay near the Chaos Star Ocean. The peak Empyreans only needed to hold the battlefield until his arrival. These fellows. A Titan Empyrean gripped his fists. It was easy to see what the Saint Empyreans' plans were. They needed to flee from the Chaos Star Ocean that was blocked in by a spatial barrier and then cross through space using great void shifts. Then, they needed to fly to the nearest edge of the God-lamenting wall that bordered the divine realm, and break through that God-lamenting wall to enter. Whoosh! The red-robed peak Empyrean took out a gourd. As he opened this gourd, billowing black smoke gushed out, covering the surrounding space. It's all heaven demon smoke. Some god race martial artists recognized this demonic item. This was a rarely seen type of spirit treasure. The spirit treasure was in the form of smoke, and once it touched a magic tool it could corrode it. Chi. The all-heaven demon smoke sunk through the protective shields of the Ark of Hope, slowly draining away its energy. This person is troublesome, the Celestial Patriarch thoughtfully said. This red-robed Empyrean faced the head of the ship and also faced the Azura Primal God Cannon. To do this meant that he had sufficient confidence in himself, otherwise he wouldn't dare to stand in such a position. The other 11 peak Empyreans all spread out in other directions, encircling the Ark of Hope. Break out from the right side, that is where the protections are the weakest, Daiwahan suddenly said. The right side was where the old man with the divine bell was standing, and he had already been injured by Lin Ming using the Azura Primal God Cannon. His divine bell had lost most of its spiritual power and it had also become deformed. It was clearly weakened tremendously. If they broke through on that side, the resistance they faced would be much less. But now, they couldn't yet use the Azura Primal God Cannon. Without Lin Ming using the Azura laws to guide the cannon, it would be almost impossible to aim the Azura Primal God Cannon in the right direction and hit a target. Let me. Looking at the Saint Empyrean holding the divine bell, a cold light appeared onto Bague's face. He slowly traced his spatial ring and took out a plain wooden box. Opening the wooden box, there was a yellow symbol paper inside. This was a god decree left behind by an ancient upper true divinity and was one of the treasures that the Celestials were willing to take out to repair the chain of calamity in order to receive 3 spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. But because of Lin Ming, this precious god decree didn't need to be used, so it was saved. Not just that, but in the past month, this upper true divinity god decree had also been repaired by Lin Ming. It had recovered the damaged energies it had lost over 10 billion years, and now its power was incomparable to how it was just a month ago. Wuhan, Whitemark, go with the battle sovereign and assist him. The old god sovereign issued an order. Whitemark was one of the peak Empyreans of the god race. It was only that he was considerably old and didn't have much time left remaining. In Daiwahan and Whitemark's hands, they each grasped an upper true divinity god decree. These 3 upper true divinity god decrees were the trump cards of the ancient remnant races. Once they used them in battle, they would display a terrifying effect, enough to reverse the tide of a battle. Look for a chance and rush out of this encirclement. The old god sovereign felt that they couldn't be delayed for much longer. He was well aware in his heart that the good fortune Saint Sovereign would soon catch up to them and that when he arrived, that would be the true final battle. You wretches, come and get it. Bague stepped onto the bow of the Ark of Hope, facing the Saint Empyreans in the vast starry space. Behind him stood Whitemark and Daiwahan. As the Saint Empyreans saw these people suddenly appear, they felt dread coil within them. But they didn't stop their barrage, instead only saving more strength to deal with any dangerous situations. Be careful, a Saint Empyrean reminded. But at this time, with a loud humming sound, a horrifying divine light began to bloom from around Bague, making him blaze like a sun. The common-looking ancient god decree into Bague's hand melted away into light. For a time, countless law runes spun around. These law runes fluctuated and changed, finally turning into the phantom of a primal god ancestor. This primal god ancestor held a long scythe in his hands as it rushed forwards like a god of death. The Saint Empyreans were horrified. As people with extraordinary vision, they could naturally see how terrifying this strike was. As the divine Bell Peak Empyrean saw this attack, his face drained of blood. This attack was specifically aimed at him. The 2 Peak Empyreans standing on either side of the divine Bell old man wanted to help him, but they were locked down by Daiwahan and Whitemark's killing intent. The 2 Peak Empyreans could see that Daiwahan and Whitemark were also holding onto yellow symbol papers. Moreover, Daiwahan and Whitemark were both individually strong to begin with. With their killing intent locked onto the 2 Peak Empyreans, the 2 Peak Empyreans were too busy thinking of protecting themselves. Neither of them was willing to risk their life to help rescue someone else. Now, the divine Bell old man had to face this god decree that was activated with all of Bague's strength. This was an upper true divinity god decree. Even though a glorious period of 10 billion years had passed, it still possessed an incredibly destructive power. Humph! Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured? As a Peak Empyrean, the divine Bell old man was arrogant to his bones. Even though he was injured and realized how frightening this strike was, he didn't think he would die like this. He formed seals with his hands even as he drew backwards. At the same time, he stimulated his protective astral essence to its limits. The divine bell in his hands also spun outwards, emitting a clear ringing sound. 9 suns illuminate the void. He roared. From the divine bell, 9 spheres of light formed by astral essence shot out, linking together in a line in the void. They were like 9 suns that came crashing down at the phantom of the death god. But at this time, the death god also slashed down its scythe. Who? With a nearly indiscernible sound, like a gust of wind blowing open doors, the death god phantom vanished. It had only appeared for an instant and made this single strike. This strike didn't seem grandiose at all. The death god had only slashed down his scythe, with barely the whisper of a sound following it. But this faint trace left behind by the strike remained in the skies. Silence spread, and the void seemed to be cut apart like thin paper, leaving behind a clear rift. As for that divine bell, it struck the tear in space with a ring and was immediately sliced in half. Seeing this, the divine bell old man was left dazed. From his left shoulder to his right rib, a straight line of blood appeared. And then, blood sprayed out. The old man's body shook and almost slipped apart. Guru Gold Bell. The Saint Empyreans were dumbfounded. From behind the divine bell old man, several peak Empyreans flashed stepped towards him like bolts of lightning. As they reached him, they discovered that the divine bell old man's situation was extremely bad. He was dead soon. Empyreans of the saint race all had extremely formidable mortal bodies. Even after suffering a serious physical wound they wouldn't die. But in that strike just now, the death god's energy had pierced through the old man's flesh and blood, directly extinguishing his life force. This was an irreversible loss that could not be recovered from. In other words, this divine bell old man was done for. A peak Empyrean had been heavily wounded with one strike and would die in the next moment. And in frontal combat and in a situation where the divine bell old man wasn't injured, his combat strength wouldn't be much worse than Tobague's. What terrifying power! Tobague gasped, amazed. As one of the leaders of the Celestials, he definitely knew how powerful the God decree in his hand had been. He also knew that after being repaired by Lin Ming, its strength should have risen even more. But he didn't think it would rise to such a degree. Ever since the war began, this was the first time a peak Empyrean had died. Generally speaking, when one reached the level of a peak Empyrean, they could freely wander through the universe with a wide smile, with almost nothing being capable of threatening them. But in this battle, a peak Empyrean had died. Break through! The old god sovereign firmly acted and sent out an order. The Ark of Hope changed directions, hurtling towards the nearly dead divine bell old man. And on the bow of the Ark of Hope, Daiwahen and Whitemark tightly grasped the 2 other upper true divinity god decrees, glaring at the other Saint Empyreans. With the threat of the god decrees present, the 2 peak Empyreans near the divine bell old man felt their breath catch in their throats. Neither of them dared to stop the spirit ship. The miserable fate of the divine bell old man was openly displayed in front of them, and they didn't think they were much stronger than he was. Once they were targeted by those terrifying god decrees, even if they didn't die they would suffer heavy wounds and either directly drop in cultivation boundaries or lose a tremendous portion of their lifespan. As for the other 9 peak Empyreans, they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, they couldn't immediately help. Bang! With a thunderous rumble, the Ark of Hope used its dreadful speed and strength to break past the spatial barriers set down by the Saint Empyreans and then rushed deep into the starry cosmos. The Ark of Hope's speed was astonishingly fast. With dozens of ancient race Empyreans joining forces to drive it, once the spirit ship broke past the blockade it would be difficult for Empyrean powerhouses to overtake them. Have we made it? An ancient race Empyrean held his breath. Did they really escape successfully? Just as this thought passed through the minds of everyone, at this time, the old god sovereign shook. The old god sovereign looked deep into the void of space. Within his old eyes, fear began to rise. Heavens, what is that? Chapter 1904, Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. At the words of the old god sovereign, the ancient race martial artists all began looking out the porthole. Through the deep porthole, amongst the endless ocean of stars that was the universe, they could see a dim blood-red light. Then, they could clearly see a massive crimson sphere, one that was 70,000 to 80,000 miles in diameter. On the upper part of the crimson sphere, dozens of blood dragons recklessly roared out. Only half the bodies of these blood dragons appeared. They seemed to have been bred from within the crimson sphere, making them look like tentacles. The blood dragons roared, revealing red fangs. As the ancient race martial artists saw this titanic and horrifying beast appear, they were all struck dumb. It didn't seem like any vicious beast or god beast they knew of, and the aura it emitted was over 100 times more terrifying than a god beast. Facing this horrifying monster, the ancient race Empyreans felt their hearts quiver. The crimson monster was incredibly fast. It was originally far off in the distant space, but in just several breaths of time it flew close, like a blood-red ghost. Deep red filled the universe. This feeling was like a drop of blood falling into clear water, slowly spreading out until it covered everyone's eyes. This is... Even Tobague, the war-hardened battle sovereign that never chose to give up, began to feel fear. On the side of the primal god race, the old god sovereign sucked in a breath of cold air. His wizened features had turned completely pale. As he looked out the porthole, he was unable to say anything. His heart began to slowly sink. He was able to guess just what the origin of this monster was. Billions of years ago, the ancient races had also fought with the saints. In the texts of the ancient races there were records about this dreadful monster. But according to the information written down in these ancient texts, this monster should have had its soul erased billions of years ago and plunged into a state of eternal slumber. Why would it reappear here? Recalling the terrifying description of this monster from the ancient primal god race texts, the old god sovereign felt as if he were drowning in despair. Could this really be our destiny? Do the heavens really wish to annihilate my god race? The old god sovereign whispered. His words were heard by many ancient race Empyreans. They all looked at him with shock. Your Majesty, what is that? At this time, not too far from the old god sovereign, the celestial patriarch spoke up. His voice trembled, making him seem far older in this moment. That is likely. Famine, the totem holy beast of the saint race, billions of years ago, famine rampaged through the universes, devouring countless lives, including even many true divinities. What? Devouring true divinities? The ancient race martial artists all shook. In the current 33 heavens, only 2 races possess true divinities, the saints and the spiritas. Even so, the number of true divinities they had was extremely small. Among them were those who deliberately retired to their homelands and didn't wish to participate in the disputes of the world, as well as those mysterious true divinities who people weren't even sure were still alive. I never would have imagined that famine would still exist, an old man from the Roaring Bone race deeply sighed as he shook his head. Many of the Empyreans present hadn't read the ancient texts, and there weren't many records of famine to begin with. With our current strength, if we wish to overcome this great calamity, we must slay the good fortune saint sovereign. That was already a nigh impossible mission to begin with, but now even famine has appeared. The Roaring Bone old man looked away from the porthole. He shakily slumped into a chair, listless. He was the patriarch of the Roaring Bone race and one of the leaders of the ancient remnant races. According to custom, he shouldn't have said anything that would lower the morale of the troops. But the gloom in his heart was simply too great. The appearance of famine caused him to feel as if the world was collapsing. Famine, is it even stronger than the good fortune saint sovereign? Someone asked. The one who spoke up was Lin Ming. He had taken the soul recovery pill and was sitting in meditation. He had also seen the terrifying monster outside the porthole. Yes, according to the ancient texts, it is likely stronger than the good fortune saint sovereign, and it is absolutely more horrifying than the good fortune saint sovereign. It can swallowing 1 trillion lives, swallowing even a world. The more it swallows, the more powerful it becomes. The speed at which it can destroy a world is 100 times faster than the good fortune Saint Sovereign. I understand, Lin Ming's eyes darkened. Facing this new catastrophe, even he began to feel lost. Humanity had to face the saints, which were far, far stronger than them, and they also had to face the mysterious spiritas, whose goals were yet unknown. The situation of humanity was becoming increasingly complex. He recalled the strange conversation he had with Seoul Empress Shang Mei, and he also recalled his meeting with the old youth, someone who he didn't even know was a friend or foe. With the arrival of the great calamity, all forces were surging upwards, everything becoming confusing. As nothing but a little peak holy lord martial artist, no matter how many more lucky chances he had or how powerful his laws were, in the end, without a formidable cultivation base he would be nothing but a tiny gust of wind in this great calamity. Just what could he do? Lin Ming felt a sense of morbid exhaustion creep over his heart. In his ears, Shang Mei's words unconsciously echoed, "Give up and leave this storm, because all of your efforts will be for nothing." Don't you know the story of Empyrean Divine Seal from 3.6 billion years ago? He was a truly peerless character, a true dragon of the world, but he also chose to shoulder the destiny of humanity, and in the end he died in battle. What a pity, what a loss! Lin Ming closed his eyes. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles emitted loud cracking noises. Look at that monster's back! An ancient race Empyrean said. Everyone looked over. They could see that the crimson monster was carrying two people on its back. One was a tall and middle-aged man wearing a gold cloak. The other was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and gloomy eyes. Seeing these two people, the old god sovereign's complexion changed. That man is the good fortune Saint Sovereign. His body, how could it, has he become one with famine? The old god sovereign muttered with disbelief thick in his voice. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's legs had sunk into famine's body. Moreover, he could see that the flesh and blood of famine was spreading into the good fortune Saint Sovereign, their blood vessels linked together. As if famine was swallowing the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, logic told him this was impossible. Perhaps it was the opposite, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had swallowed famine, or perhaps famine had even become the good fortune Saint Sovereign's avatar. So he is the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming looked at the man wearing the golden cloak. This was the first time he had laid eyes upon the good fortune Saint Sovereign. He could feel this other person's eyes pierce through the vastness of space and gaze upon him. This was a bizarre feeling. They were separated by a great distance of space as well as the Ark of Hope's protective shields, so it should have been impossible for him to be seen. But for some reason, Lin Ming felt as if the good fortune Saint Sovereign was looking at him, as if there were no barriers between the two. And standing beside the good fortune Saint Sovereign was someone Lin Ming was long since acquainted with, the good fortune Saint Sun. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun had a wild grin on his face. This was the smile of a victor, carrying with it a hint of pity, a hint of ridicule. And then, beyond Lin Ming's imagination, the good fortune Saint Sun began to speak. His voice spread through millions of miles of space using energy as a medium. Lin Ming, I know you are on board that spirit ship. Today is the day you die, ha ha ha. The day of our 100-year duel has yet to truly arrive, right? Unfortunately, you won't have such a chance. Today you will be killed. The good fortune Saint Sun raved. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. The good fortune Saint Sovereign knew he was with the primal god race. But why would the good fortune Saint Sovereign know his whereabouts? Lin Ming had carefully disguised and hidden himself away and was positive he hadn't been discovered by the saints. If his whereabouts were revealed in this sort of situation, then it was either because there was a spy amongst the god race, or Shang Mei had informed the good fortune Saint Sovereign of his location. The chances of it being a spy weren't too great. This was because the ancient races didn't know of Lin Ming's past history with the saints. Moreover, after the escape plan was finalized, all information was limited to the high-level figures of the ancient races in order to prevent anything from being leaked out. Then, could it be Xiang Mei? Lin Ming faintly frowned. Although he and Xiang Mei were no longer friends, and might even be enemies, he still didn't believe that Xiang Mei would betray him like this. Perhaps, when he left the Soul World and entered the primeval universe, his location might have been locked down by the Soul Emperor. For the Soul Emperor, this wouldn't be difficult. The Soul Emperor, does he want to sentence me to death? But as these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, in the starry skies, that massive crimson sphere suddenly distorted. Whoosh! 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 Atop the blood sphere, dozens of fierce red dragons roared and came rushing forwards. These blood dragons possessed an overwhelming killing intent. They tore through the void, manically racing forwards. And their target was the Ark of Hope. This is bad. The Empyreans managing the Ark of Hope's array formation began to panic. They did everything they could to control the array formation and change the direction of the Ark of Hope. But with their abilities, how could they compare with famine? Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Dozens of fierce dragon tentacles smashed into the Ark of Hope's protective shield. The Ark of Hope violently shook, nearly spinning around. The Empyreans within were able to use energy to stabilize their bodies, but the common ancient race citizens were far worse off. They cried out in alarm, some of them even injured in the fierce impact. Damn it! Tobague was incensed. They were originally about to escape into the heavens and break through the god-lamenting wall, but at this critical moment they had encountered such a disaster. All of their plans were toppling over. That strike just now consumed 2% of the hull's energy. A roaring bone race Empyrean reported. Famine's attack had used up 2% of the ship's energy. This was the same as a single blast from the Azura Primal God Cannon. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to last too many strikes before the Ark of Hope's energy was used up. Ha ha! Lin Ming, aren't you strong? What? You don't have the strength to fight back? The good fortune Saint's son's voice reverberated in space, insolent beyond compare. Chapter 1905, Azura Decree. Bang! 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 The dreadful crimson monster far off in the vast starry space formed numerous blood-red dragons that smashed into the Ark of Hope's protective shield. The Empyreans directing the spirit ship were completely unable to control its movements. For a time, the entire spirit ship began to violently rock like a small leaf caught in a storm. Energy reserves have been reduced to below 90%. An Empyrean shouted. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Ark of Hope's energy reserves were completely depleted. At that time, they would all die. The time has come. We can only use our final trump cards. The Celestial Patriarch said. He looked towards the old God Sovereign and sighed. The so-called final cards were in truth the God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. These were God decrees personally drawn by the Azura Roadmaster. There was a total of 3. 1 offensive, 1 sealing, 1 support. As beyond divinity level treasures, if a peak Empyrean were to activate these God decrees, they would have to burn away most of their life as the cost in order to potentially kill a true divinity. Of course, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was not an ordinary true divinity. To kill the good sovereign Saint Sovereign might be impossible, but they should still be able to at least heavily wound him. And if they combined the other 2 Azura decrees and the rest of their God decrees, they might really be able to exterminate the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, currently, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had somehow fused together with the body of Famine. The abyssal demon, Famine. An inconceivable existence with an incomparably terrifying life force. If they only burned part of their lives to activate the God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, would they even be able to severely wound it? Everyone's hearts grew heavy with doubt. If they couldn't severely wound Famine, how could they hope to escape? The old God Sovereign silently traced his spatial ring. He slowly said, I never imagined that as we stood on the precipice of life or death, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would show up even more formidable than before. I originally thought that with our god decrees and the peak Empyreans of my race burning their life to activate them, they could at least pose a threat to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. But now it seems that merely burning a part of their life won't be enough. In fact, even a peak Empyrean alone will be insufficient. Everyone who is willing to step up. The old god Sovereign never thought that things would turn out like this. Only peak Empyreans could activate the Azura decrees. And in this situation, in order to display the greatest might of the Azura decrees and damage famine as much as they could, those activating the god decrees would have to completely burn away every last vestige of their life. In other words, that was to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, a single person wasn't enough. With all the Empyreans of the ancient races added together, there were a total of 7 peak Empyreans. This was a relatively high number. 7 peak Empyreans. 3 god decrees. The old god Sovereign planned to have 2 peak Empyreans activate the first god decree together. 2 was the best number. The second Empyrean would only be able to increase the might of the Azura decree by less than half, and a third Empyrean would add even less than that. Originally, activating the Azura decrees didn't mean death, thus the old god Sovereign was willing to appoint others to use them. But now, using them meant certain death. So the old god Sovereign didn't force anyone, but instead asked those present. The old god Sovereign's elderly eyes swept over the peak Empyreans present. Guilt showed heavily on his face. He also desired to go to battle, but he couldn't die now. During this escape, they needed a leader to command the troops, and he was the backbone of the ancient races. I am willing to go to battle. An old primal god Empyrean said. He was a peak Empyrean and had already lived for 80 to 90 million years. He was reaching the twilight of his years and didn't have much time left remaining. I also want to go. Allow me. I volunteer. Peak Empyreans stood up one after another. This great calamity involved the life or death of their people. These ancient race Empyreans had long since hardened their resolves and were willing to die. Seeing so many Empyreans stand up, the old god Sovereign's wizened eyes filled with tears. Now, he had to choose. Those he chose would be those that died. Lin Ming stood not too far away, silently watching all of this occur. Besides the old god Sovereign, the other 6 peak Empyreans didn't avoid their duties at all. And Lin Ming knew that if the old god Sovereign needed to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't have even blinked in doing so. This scene left Lin Ming shocked. A feeling that had long been absent from his heart began to quietly linger within him. He clenched his fists. Some people fought in order to kill others and steal their possessions. Some people fought to take revenge and cut down their enemies. Some people fought to obtain lucky chances and treasures. But there were also those who fought and were even willing to sacrifice themselves, all for the sake of others, for the sake of the greater good and the continuation of their people. Wuhan, battle Sovereign, the 2 of you draw back. The old god Sovereign waved his hand. The battle Sovereign and Tobagwe were both Empyreans in the peak of their prime. They were the hopes and future leaders of the ancient races in this great calamity, and it was impossible for the old god Sovereign to sacrifice them. But, Your Majesty. Daiwahan and Tobagwe's eyes turned red and misty, but the old god Sovereign had directly dismissed them. White Mark, Dugu, I am sorry. The old god Sovereign chose 2 people, both of them peak Empyreans of the primal god race. The old god Sovereign silently closed his eyes, 2 lines of tears running down his wrinkled face. Understood. Great. The 2 old Empyreans stepped forwards. As Lin Ming saw their white hair and bent backs, he didn't know what to feel. The other ancient race martial artists looked at them and were unable to restrain the sorrow in their hearts. If you have any words you wish to say, the old god Sovereign asked. White Mark was silent. He took out a scroll painting from his spatial ring and a jade pendant. He silently unrolled the scroll. The paper of this drawing was extremely ancient, as if it had been stored away for an illustrious span of time. The painting on the scroll was of a childish and innocent youth. The youth had a jade pendant hanging from his waist, the exact same as the one Whitemark was holding. "This is my grandchild." His natural talent couldn't be considered too great, but he was diligent in his youth and always gave his best efforts. During his youth, he stubbornly left to go adventuring, and he entered the primeval realm ruins to temper himself in the dangers of the mystic realms there. But after that, he didn't return. The old man's voice was aged and hoarse. This was his only grandchild. The primal god race was a race that wasn't accepted by the heavenly Tao. They could not compare to the three peak races because their reproductive capabilities were extremely poor. They had few descendants, and even then the descendants of Empyreans weren't necessarily peerless geniuses. The reasons that the humans and saints were able to find talents amongst their ranks was because of their thriving populations. Their innumerable descendants were screened through layer upon layer of tests until the best were remaining. If you can find him, please take care of him for me. In my life, he is my only remaining worry. The old man passed the two items to Daiwahen. Daiwahen didn't know what to feel. He parted his lips as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. He eventually sighed. He knew that the chances of finding this young man were nearly non-existent. In all likelihood, he had already perished. However, in the primal god race that had low numbers to begin with, they valued their descendants above all and couldn't bear the thought of losing them or even giving up on them. In particular, now that Whitemark was soon about to die, in his heart he hoped that this own bloodline could continue onwards. "Dugu, and you." The old god sovereign looked at the other Empyrean, his eyes wet. Dugu looked back indifferently, slowly shaking his head. Compared to Whitemark, Dugu had grown up in the wilderness since his youth, living by drinking the blood of birds and beasts. His disposition was more detached. Once, he had ventured into the primeval realm ruins as an assassin. His hands were stained with the blood of saint martial artists. "I have nothing much to say. I have no descendants, only myself." Dugu's eyes were neither sad nor happy. Instead, they contained a calm tranquility and an iron-hard resoluteness. He had once been young, and he had also deeply loved someone. However, in his long life, the woman he loved was not able to give birth to a child. The reproductive capabilities of the primal god race were far too low. It was as if the heavenly Tao had placed a curse upon them. He had arrived alone in this world and now he would die alone. Perhaps this was his fate for being an assassin, but presently, he was no longer an assassin. The spirit ship's atmosphere was tense and heavy. Worry, fear, anger, and even sorrow towards the future. Every person's eyes flashed with light, their minds filled with thoughts. Everyone watched as Dugu and Whitemark left. The two of them stepped onto the bow of the ship. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at these two old men on the bow of the ship and diabolically grinned. Two fools seeking death. Beside the good fortune Saint Sun, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's attention was raptly focused on the two old men. The two of them were peak Empyreans in the waning years of their lives. This was not enough for the good fortune Saint Sovereign to feel fear for, but the black symbol paper in their hands was actually startling. That is, a god decree? Good. Then let me see just what this ultimate power is like. The pure black god decree carried with it an endless slaughter aura. Beneath Whitemark's control, it slowly floated upwards. Whitemark calmly looked at the god decree floating before him. Then, with a resonant shout, a brilliant blood-red light lit up his eyes. Winds rose up around his body. His hair fluttered upwards and his robes flapped about. In this moment, he emitted a blinding light. Vast waves of life force gushed out of him like raging rivers, endlessly surging into the middle of the god decree. And in the next moment, all of his blood boiled over to the surface, rushing towards the god decree. The old Empyrean's body was soaked in a dazzling divine light. Then, divine light also lit up around Dugu. His face was still cold and indifferent, but now it contained a deep, unyielding, and unwilling gaze. His life had reached its terminus, and this would not change. But he didn't want the future generations of the primal god race to share his fate. If the heavens must destroy my god race, then with my god blood, let me turn into demonic flames that burn down the skies. Dooku's blood began to burn. This was the final brilliance released from combusting his very life. In that instant, the god decree seemed to come alive. Fluctuations emanated from within it. Although this was only simple fluctuations, it was like a divine weapon that had lain dormant for 1 trillion years was stirring, releasing a terrifying aura. A massive black Azura phantom began to slowly appear. Chapter 1906, Blood Dyes the Starry Skies. With the appearance of the pitch-black Azura warrior standing atop the spirit ship, Lin Ming could feel his heart begin to race. The Azura blood within his body trembled, and the black dragon spear fused into his body also began to emit a keening cry. These forces that were incorporated into Lin Ming's body began to resonate with the God Decree's Azura phantom. Azura Road Master, light passed over Lin Ming's eyes. Compared to the previous true divinity-level God Decrees that had burned away, this aura was abnormally sharp. As the Azura warrior phantom's image became increasingly clear, the smell of blood and iron also spread outwards, as if the entire surrounding space had turned into a merciless killing field. A boundless vorpal light shot out from his pupils, casting out through the universe. The God Decree rose up in strength once more. Like a sun, it emitted endless rays of light. The Azura warrior was covered by this light. A black long spear formed in his hands, and he rushed out from the spirit ship, hurtling into the distance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Outside the snow-white spirit ship, waves of attacks struck like a tide, emitting horrifying sounds like the beating of a great drum that caused the heart to race. The Azura Road Master's God Decree? You want to use this to resist me? Lin Ming, as well as those old bags of bones from the ancient races, today you will all become food for famine. The good fortune Saint Sovereign ruthlessly sneered, his complexion cold. In his eyes, the primal god race were nothing but a sun finally setting beneath the mountains. Although they still had some qualifications left, against the rising saints and their irresistible momentum, they were nothing but dogs and chickens. Now, on this day, he wanted this once incomparably glorious race to vanish in the endless flow of time. Thinking this, a blood-red light lit up his eyes. Whoosh! 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 The dozens of fierce blood dragons were like infinitely long whips. They all completely halted their attacks and immediately retracted, surrounding the vast crimson sphere. At the same time, a dragon tentacle fell down onto a giant saint race warship, allowing the good fortune Saint Sun to drop down. In a moment, those fierce dragons turned into layers of flesh and blood shields, forming countless walls, surrounding the massive planet-sized ball of flesh. After being locked onto by the Azura Decree, dodging was unrealistic. Moreover, with Famine's body being so large, dodging would be impossible to begin with. The Azura warrior trod through space, a massive black dragon spear grasped in his hand. Endless rays of black light radiated from him. Each ray of light covered tens of thousands of miles of space. Some saint race spirit ships that were too close were swept up in the light. Then, like kites caught in an explosion, all of them burst apart into black fireballs. From within the spirit ships, countless pained howls echoed out. The Azura warrior became one with his spear. Boundless potent might gushed out from him, rippling out in all directions. The surrounding void began to shake like a tossing sea. Space cracked without end, and even nearby celestial bodies began collapsing. Many Saint Race spirit ships rapidly retreated. Some of those that were fast enough were able to escape the blinding light, but those that didn't withdraw in time were disintegrated. The Azura warrior and the long spear in his hands seemed to transform into an endless column of black light that hurtled into the center of that giant blood-red ball. Pitch-black light and blood-red light covered the endless starry space, making it impossible to clearly see what was happening. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of heaven-shaking detonations occurred. many pieces of meat scattered outwards and burned away. The void was pierced through all around, causing massive space storms to sweep out. In the shockwaves of that terrifying attack, even the universe seemed to crack open. Seeing this occur, the eyes of the primal god race powerhouses in the white spirit ship began to light up with hope. As for those in the saint race spirit ships, all of them fell quiet, the atmosphere solemn and earnest. The battle outside had only lasted for a single strike. But the vast momentum and heaven-collapsing energy made it impossible for anyone to approach. In fact, they likely couldn't even withstand the fallout. This is a God decree left behind by God's sovereign Ahura? Our sovereign, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Someone murmured. In that dreadful impact, the Ahura warrior and his black spear began to slowly fade away. All that was left over was limitless black lights that continued to burn and emit thunderous rumbling sounds. And at this time, in the center of the explosions at a place surrounded by endless black light, a fierce blood dragon suddenly shot out. Then, whoosh! 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 Fierce dragon after fierce dragon drilled out, tearing open the void that was distorted by the black light. Famine's giant bloated body forcefully ripped open the void and pushed out from the horrifying space storms. It's alive! Seeing Famine appear, the old god sovereign blanched. Although he had planned for the worst situation to occur, as he really saw this happen he almost suffocated. Whoosh! A mountain-thick whip of meat penetrated the void and smashed against the Ark of Hope. This powerful blow was enough to crush a planet. The spirit ship hummed as trillions of runes flashed and dissipated. Damn it all! The Ark of Hope shakily flew away. At this time, more and more blood-red dragons thrust out, thoroughly scattering the black light that covered Famine. With this, everyone saw Famine, which had been injured by the Ahura decree. Within that titanic ball of blood meat, there was a massive fissure that was thousands of miles deep. A great deal of Famine's flesh had turned into bloody water that spread out. A number of fierce dragons had been cut off and they wriggled on the surface of Famine like worms. Then, these cut-off worms melted away, fusing back into Famine. Famine could swallow all, and it could even swallow its severed limbs to reabsorb them. The good fortune Saint Sovereign stooped atop this massive ball of meat, his expression murderous. Blood vessels had torn open and exploded all over his body, causing him to be drenched in blood and seem like a demon. The Ahura decree's strongest blow had been aimed towards him. If it weren't for Famine blocking the strike for him, then he would have been grievously wounded, and there was even a chance he might have died. Ahura Road Master, you are really fierce, just a wisp of your remnant aura is able to injure me like this. But so what? You are already dead, and now I will make sure all your descendants become extinct. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had not tasted such pain in 100 million years. With overweening arrogance, raging anger kindled within him. Seeing this, those within the Ark of Hope were frightened. Inside the spirit ship, there was nothing but silence. Not even that could kill him. Someone cried out in fear, their eyes clouding over with despair. Tobague's complexion was somber, he was already at a loss for words. 2 peak god race Empyreans had been sacrificed and an Ahura decree had been used, and the only result they managed to get in return was a wound on the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This caused a heavy pall to fall on everyone's mind. Without a doubt, this showed that after the good fortune Saint Sovereign fused with that abyssal, his strength had increased astronomically. His vitality now far exceeded that of an ordinary true divinity, and not even an Ahura decree could kill him. For you lot to accomplish this is indeed surprising. But, don't think you will have a second chance to injure me. As the good fortune Saint Sovereign towered above the massive ball of flesh, his eyes glowed with a cold light. Space rumbled like an endlessly rolling thundercloud. The sound seemed to link straight into the hearts of everyone, daunting them with a horrifying pressure. On Famine's body where the fierce dragons had been cut off, the flesh began to wriggle about. With a gurgling sound, a new fierce dragon thrust out. The good fortune Saint Sovereign thrust out a hand and pointed towards the white spirit ship. Rays of blood-red light shot out like bolts of crimson lightning. They formed layers of red enchantments that surrounded the white spirit ship. Each red enchantment was like an invisible great hand, squeezing down with incredible power. The white spirit ship's defensive shield emitted cracking sounds. More and more energy rapidly dissipated. The ship has less than 85% energy remaining. We won't be able to hold much longer. A primal god race Empyrean managing the spirit ship loudly shouted with a shaky voice towards the old god sovereign. An anxious and strained atmosphere covered the entire ship along with the increasingly loud squeezing sounds from outside. Each cracking sound seemed to be squeezing down on the hearts of the ancient race martial artists. Outside, the Saint race spirit ships gathered together. Their war cries blasted out like thunder, reverberating through the cosmos. What could they do? Some people clenched their fists. Anger lit up in their eyes along with unwillingness. Some people closed their eyes in pain. They were once the strongest race with a legacy that continued through the endless years. But now, they had been reduced to this. More people looked outside, their eyes boiling over with radiance. At this time, Battle Sovereign Tobagwe stepped forwards. He shouted out, "Even if we must die, we will die with glory and honor. Your Majesty God Sovereign, please give the order to send out my celestial race. I am willing to lead the numerous martial artists of my people to serve as the vanguard." The ancient races were all proud and arrogant people. Their races had once experienced infinite grandeur. In the midst of blood and iron, that was where their lives should bloom with the greatest light. How could they submit themselves to dying cowardly deaths? The voices of those desiring to fight suddenly rose up like a rising tide. Empyreans stepped forwards one after another. In particular, those Empyreans in the prime of their lives were extremely excited, all of them wishing to go out and slaughter as much as they could. When those two elderly Empyreans had sacrificed themselves, they had done so in order to preserve these robust young Empyreans and have them revive the ancient races in the future. Everyone calmed down. The old god sovereign angrily scolded. For a time, everyone fell quiet. We have not yet reached a dead end. We still have 2 Azura decrees. The old god sovereign lifted his hand. Above his hand, 2 black god decrees still floated, bathed in a divine light. As the god race Empyreans saw these 2 god decrees, their eyes filled with a complex color. In order to activate an Azura decree, it required peak Empyreans to combust their life. This was a tremendous price. And even then, they had only been able to wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign and weren't able to kill him. Although they had 2 remaining, was there still a use for them? Seeing the skepticism of the Empyreans, the old god sovereign said, "We won't sit idly by, but we won't die in vain either. These 2 Azura decrees are different." Chapter 1907, The Changes of Time. There are 2 God decrees, one with the word seal and the other with the word faith. The word of seal is a great sealing technique, capable of binding the soul and destroying a spirit mark. But the word of faith is a supportive technique. It can have a martial artist dig out the greatest potential of their life for a short period of time, obtaining a strength 10 times greater than what they have. However, the target of the word of faith should be a true divinity. Only a true divinity can withstand such a potent power. For a peak Empyrean, their body and foundation is more vulnerable, and if they were forced to withstand the power of the word of faith, then their body might collapse from the influx of strength. Even if they could withstand it, they wouldn't be able to fight for long. It would be the same as burning away their life for battle. As the old god sovereign spoke, Daiwahan stepped forth. "Honorable master, allow me to withstand it. I will do it. The losses to the god race are not small, and when it comes to the mortal body, my celestial race is slightly more formidable than the god race." Tobagwe said. If an old Empyrean were to have an Azura decree used on them, then their body would simply disintegrate on the spot. Only a peak Empyrean in the prime of their life would be able to show the potential of the word of faith. However, the old god sovereign shook his head. You too cannot withstand it. What, this? Daiwahan was worried. He and Tobague were the two individuals that had the greatest vitality within the ancient remnant races. The ancient races were races that were able to triple cultivate essence, energy, and divine. Tobague and Daiwahan had both cultivated body transformation before. If they couldn't withstand it, then who could? The old god sovereign took a deep breath as if he were coming to a decision. Lin Ming, come with me. The old god sovereign's words were lonely and desolate. Lin Ming was startled. Faintly, he seemed to realize something. The surrounding Empyreans were confused about what was occurring. They didn't know what the old god sovereign was calling Lin Ming for. Although Lin Ming had amazing attainments in the laws, in terms of overall combat strength he was beneath the Empyreans present. Senior god sovereign, you. Lin Ming hesitated. But, the old god sovereign only continued forwards, not turning around. The old god sovereign whispered, I never thought that his words would finally come true. In the end, that there would be such a day. In the end, he cannot escape the past. As the old god sovereign spoke, they finally arrived in front of a plain and heavy stone door. This stone door was pure black and was carved with mysterious patterns. Lin Ming had seen this stone door once before. He always felt that it was similar to a tombstone. When the God Race headquarters was evacuated into the Ark of Hope, this secret chamber was also moved in. This stone door was the entrance to the chamber. Lin Ming was silent. He watched on as the old god sovereign pushed open the stone door. Behind it he could feel a fierce and brutal, demonic aura. This demonic aura surged into the vast space, incomparably suppressing. A deep and bass roar howled out like the screams of a wild animal, filled with endless fury and murderous intent, flooding the chamber and echoing without end. Empyrean Primordius. Lin Ming listened to the roars in this chamber and his mind filled with inexplicable memories. In the deep dark he saw the two blood-red pupils. They were familiar, enough to make his heart quicken. This ferocious great beast seemed to crawl up from an abyss. Horns jutted out from its head and its grand body was tied down with layers and layers of chains. Its blood-red pupils were full of madness and slaughter. It heavily panted, its horrifying eyes tightly fixated on Lin Ming. Inside these eyes were nothing but bloodthirsty desires. Empyrean Primordius had once possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Using it, he opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and reached large success in body transformation. He was an extreme talent. If it weren't for the saints trying to kill him off ahead of time, then Empyrean Primordius might have been able to complete his Grand Mist Samsara Tao and become another Azura Roadmaster. Afterwards, although Empyrean Primordius had been grievously wounded and he lost the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he still managed to seize the body of an abyssal. This abyssal demon's body was even stronger than a god beast. The current Empyrean Primordius was a peak Empyrean who had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and had fused with an abyssal. Because he had lost his rationality, his combat strength was greatly diminished. Even so, in terms of just the mortal body, he had reached the peak. If he were supported with the Azura Decree and all the potential of his life were dug out, then he would become unbelievably powerful. Just how much potential did the current Empyrean Primordius possess? Lin Ming found this hard to imagine. God Sovereign, do you plan to have Senior Primordius go to battle? Lin Ming sighed inwardly, not knowing what he felt. A hero who had reached his end, who had lost his road, even so he still desired to rush onto the battlefield, even if this meant dying in foreign lands. The old god sovereign silently nodded. Lin Ming remembered the words Empyrean Primordius had carved into the stone of the chamber. I have become a demon, and I fear death no more. But once I die in this strange land, will my ashes return to my homeland? Time to time clarity returns to me, time to time I am lost in chaos. I know that one day I will devolve into a base beast. On that day, do not kill me, and do not seal me away forever. Wait until the great army of the saints arrives, and let my demon body enter the camp of the saints, drinking thirstily of their blood, devouring my fill of their flesh. Let me die heroically in battle. Recalling Empyrean Primordius' words and the current Empyrean who howled and who had lost all the brightness in his eyes, Lin Ming felt a deep and abiding sadness. The old god sovereign gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Do not feel guilty. To die on the battlefield is the greatest desire that Empyrean Primordius repeated to me before he devolved into a mindless demon. Even with these words, Lin Ming found this hard to accept. Although this was Primordius' wish, to have him rush out and sacrifice himself in a state where he had no rational thoughts, Lin Ming found this difficult to understand. Lin Ming hoped that at least in the end, when Primordius' life was at its twilight, he could decide for himself and see why he was fighting. Senior God Sovereign, can this junior try to awaken just a tiny sliver of Empyrean Primordius awareness? If Lin Ming could try awakening Primordius consciousness, even just a little, then he would be able to realize the laws. And with being able to understand combat tactics, his battle efficiency would rise dramatically. Can you? The old god sovereign was shocked. Lin Ming even had such an ability? This involved the most mysterious soul domain of the body. Moreover, this was a most troublesome case of soul fusion and disassociation of personality. Even a Spiritus Supreme Elder that was skilled in the soul arts would be left powerless and frustrated. If I can ignore all potential damages to his spiritual sea, then perhaps I can try. Senior God Sovereign, could you calm down Senior Primordius as much as you can? Lin Ming had once wanted to probe Empyrean Primordius' spiritual sea, but he was almost killed by the berserk Empyrean Primordius. The old god sovereign nodded. An energy that seemed to accept all formed a sea of energy that slowly soaked Empyrean Primordius' body. Lin Ming's complexion was earnest. He took a step towards this horrifying abyssal. Roar! Just as Lin Ming approached a little, Empyrean Primordius howled and slashed out his claws. The great shaking strength passed through the air, aimed at Lin Ming. But in that moment, a warm and vast energy surged out from behind Lin Ming, counterbalancing the killing power of Empyrean Primordius. The old god sovereign was completely focused. He didn't dare to use too much strength for fear of enraging Primordius. Once Primordius went crazy, even the old god sovereign wouldn't be able to stop him. Primordius was a terrifying killing machine. Seeing this, Lin Ming's heart settled a little. He floated up and forwards until he was just 3 feet away from Empyrean Primordius' giant black head. Then, using the power of divinity and power of Grand Mist, Lin Ming slowly stimulated the magic cube's energy, trying to fuse it with Empyrean Primordius' spiritual sea. At this time, Lin Ming could no longer care about hiding the magic cube. And the old god sovereign clearly realized Lin Ming had a soul-related treasure within his body. There exists a treasure that can separate a spiritual sea? The old god sovereign was dumbstruck, but he didn't ask any questions. He naturally realized just how dreadfully valuable such a treasure must be. Lin Ming had far too many secrets on him, enough to leave one numb. The energy gradually penetrated into Empyrean Primordius' giant head. Lin Ming was attempting to use the magic cube to peel away the abyssal demon's soul. As long as he could destroy a part of the abyssal soul mark, then he would be able to slowly awaken Empyrean Primordius memories. The magic cube excelled in erasing spirit marks. But because too much time had passed, the abyssal demon's spirit mark had fused together with Empyrean Primordius. If he wanted to erase the abyssal demon's spirit mark without injuring Empyrean Primordius' soul, that was nearly impossible. Thus, Lin Ming could only disregard any damages that might occur to Empyrean Primordius' soul. He didn't think he could fully awaken Empyrean Primordius, all he needed to do was awaken him a little. Empyrean Primordius' eyes blurred and his vision turned blank. Lin Ming carefully continued, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He had to be utterly careful, there could not be a single accident. He knew there wasn't much time left remaining. Facing the wild attacks of famine, the Ark of Hope's energy reserves reduced again and again. As for the violent vibrations of the Ark of Hope, all of that was weakened by the old god sovereign's energy in order to reduce the impact of the vibrations on Lin Ming as much as possible. Chapter 1908, Love and Pain. A little more, just a little bit more. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, unable to spare any effort to wipe the beads of sweat dripping down his face. In a situation where he was completely disregarding any possible damage he might do to Empyrean Primordius' spiritual sea, he was attempting to awaken those long-slumbering memories. Beneath the shrouding of the magic cube's divine light, a rare brightness appeared in Empyrean Primordius' eyes. However, this clarity appeared for just the briefest moment before they were once again submerged by blood-red light. Two different minds alternated back and forth. Primordius' body violently trembled as a pain swelled up from his soul. Primordius began to struggle. That tough and iron-like body contained an incomprehensible level of strength. For a time, crackling sounds filled the air as the energy shackles that the old god sovereign placed on Empyrean Primordius to calm him down began to emit breaking sounds, unable to endure the pressure. The old god sovereign's complexion changed. Lin Ming. Be careful. Once Primordius went out of control, the damage would be incalculable. With Lin Ming's current degree of cultivation and bodily defense, Primordius would only need a single strike to disintegrate his body. Lin Ming, draw back, I cannot hold him for much longer. The old god sovereign's forehead was wet with sweat. However, at this time, Lin Ming's soul force was completely poured into the magic cube as he tried to connect with Empyrean Primordius' spiritual sea. Roar! Primordius howled, the raging sound as turbulent as tsunamis and collapsing mountains. If an ordinary holy lord were to face such a roar, then their head would blow up and they would die where they stood. Pang! Empyrean Primordius' upper arm shook. The energy shackles binding him there were torn apart. This process wasn't difficult at all. It was just as if Primordius had broken a little branch in half. The old god sovereign paled. Without caring for anything else, he grabbed Lin Ming's shoulder and released his protective power of divinity to the limit. He was ready to pull Lin Ming back at full speed the moment Primordius went berserk. It was not easy for Lin Ming to awaken Primordius' consciousness. This was because stripping away parts of an individual's psyche would inevitably cause agonizing pain to the soul, enough to make Primordius lose all control. Roar! Empyrean Primordius wildly howled. A terrifying energy storm struck the old god sovereign's protective true essence, causing his clothes to recklessly flutter in the air and his white hair to blow backwards. At this moment, something appeared and began to emit a dim blue light in front of the old god sovereign. This blue light was soft and inconspicuous. In the wild energy storm it was nearly undetectable. However, the moment that this faint blue light reflected in Empyrean Primordius' brutal eyes, his body suddenly shook and he instantly calmed down. This blue light was misty, as if it were the only one of its kind in the world. It slowly floated out from the old god sovereign's chest, drifting towards Empyrean Primordius. As Lin Ming and the old god sovereign saw this, they were both left bewildered. This blue light was the Chain of Calamity. The Chain of Calamity was a true divinity spirit treasure used in opening the Azura Forbidden Land. The body of it had once been worn by Heavenly Empress Xuanqing, and after she died, the Chain of Calamity was entombed with her. When Lin Ming stumbled his way into her tomb, that was when he had taken it. Could it be? Lin Ming held his breath. He looked helplessly on as more and more blue light appeared around the Chain of Calamity. This misty blue light eventually faintly gathered into the phantom of a woman. This woman's phantom became more and more clear, nearly seeming as if it would manifest into physical reality. Her appearance was as beautiful as the bright moon, and her black hair hung down her back like a waterfall of ink. Her feet were bare. Her skin was glittering and crystalline, as if she were formed from the essence of the stars and moon. Her eyebrows were like a painting and her eyes were as bright as the morning skies. She was a goddess from the highest heavens who had been exiled to the mortal world. Heavenly Empress Xianqing. Lin Ming was panic-stricken. Apparently just before Heavenly Empress Xianqing had died, she had sealed away a wisp of her soul in the true divinity spirit treasure that she shared origins with, and had deeply slumbered within it ever since. In truth, let alone a martial artist that was powerful in the aspect of the soul, even for a mortal, after they died, their personal effects might develop a sense of spirituality. At certain times these items might manifest the appearance of their master from before their death. And Heavenly Empress Xianqing was originally at an extremely high boundary. In addition to this true divinity spirit treasure that surpassed the level of an Empyrean, no one realized that a fraction of her soul was sleeping within the chain of calamity. It was not until a moment ago when Lin Ming attempted to awaken Empyrean Primordius consciousness that the aura released by Empyrean Primordius finally rekindled Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's soul. She already didn't have much life left. To awaken also meant her near demise. Beside Lin Ming, the old god sovereign trembled. From his wizened and disbelieving eyes, tears began to fall. As for Empyrean Primordius, as he saw Heavenly Empress Xianqing, his body violently shook. Within his eyes, confusion and madness struggled against each other. It was as if he were experiencing an enormous pain, one that was unbearable. Roar! Empyrean Primordius cried out in pain. An energy storm viciously lashed out like a hail of blades. Lin Ming and the old god sovereign paled. This sort of energy storm could instantly kill a holy lord. As for the wisp of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's soul, she would absolutely not be able to withstand it. However, just as they were about to move, they discovered that the entire storm had completely avoided Heavenly Empress Xuanqing with nothing striking near her. Primordius. Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's eyes revealed a deep sorrow. Her voice was dim, as if her words were an illusion. Gently, she flew toward Empyrean Primordius' side. She slowly reached out a hand and lightly caressed his chest. She was only a soul form and couldn't physically touch anything. But Empyrean Primordius immediately calmed down even more. Within his soul, even if two different consciousnesses were attacking each other as before, causing endless pain to surge within him, Empyrean Primordius still suppressed all of this. His body didn't move even a single inch as he allowed Heavenly Empress Xianqing to lightly touch him. This was because no matter what he had experienced, no matter what he had become, whether it was in the past or in the future, he could never harm this woman. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Heavenly Empress Xianqing whispered, unable to bear the sight before her. To part for 100,000 years and meet once again, things had actually ended up like this. He had turned into a demon, losing his sanity. She had died somewhere else, leaving behind only a wisp of her soul. Even though her pain had reached the pinnacle, she was unable to cry. A soul would not shed tears, but they would feel the limits of pain. They gently supported each other. Even though there was no real physical touch, in this moment their hearts were still connected. This was because, within each other's hearts and minds, they had forever marked each other, a brand that would never be forgotten. Empyrean Primordius had already completely settled down. The two different personalities within him were no longer in conflict. Within his eyes, pure brightness showed. He looked at Heavenly Empress Xuanqing, seeming to remember everything. He didn't speak, because after fully becoming an abyssal, it seemed he was unable to say words. Then, he looked at the old god sovereign. The old god sovereign had rivers of tears falling down his face and his lips were quivering. Although Primordius didn't receive an explanation, it was like he already understood everything that had occurred. It had arrived at last, the final moment. The obsessions of his heart would soon be resolved. And he also sought his most beloved once more. A short happiness. The final brilliance of life. Everything would burn like a meteor through the skies, becoming an instant of magnificent glory. Father. Heavenly Empress Xianqing turned towards the old god sovereign whose back was hunched over with age. She wanted to cry, but no tears flowed out. The old god sovereign's lips shivered. He wanted to reach out his hand to stroke his daughter's cheek, but he couldn't feel her at all. The old god sovereign deeply sighed. The one in front of him was his daughter that had died 100,000 years ago, as well as his only direct descendant. To the primal god race who rarely had offspring, their children were their everything. His daughter was proud and arrogant and beautiful, and had the life of someone who would step into divinity. But in his old age, when his time was coming to an end, she had already taken a step ahead and silently left him. To the old god sovereign, the magnitude of this attack on his heart could be imagined. There is no time. Heavenly Empress Xianqing shook her head. She seemed to understand just what was happening. She flew away from before the old god sovereign and landed on Empyrean Primordius' solid shoulder. The towering Empyrean Primordius was like a tower of iron, the incarnation of a demon. And above this demon's shoulder was the perfectly beautiful and elegant heavenly Empress Xianqing. Her grace and presence was like that of an ephemeral fairy. As this image fell into Lin Ming's eyes, it became eternal. The old god sovereign silently took out a god decree. At this time, this black god decree seemed cold and merciless. The old god sovereign's heart bled. If Empyrean Primordius and Heavenly Empress Xianqing had to burn away their lives in battle, then let it be him who personally lit the flame. Facing the old god sovereign, Empyrean Primordius had already composed himself and was calmly waiting for this final battle. At this time, there was a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. In the final moment he was able to reunite with his love. His life would be able to brilliantly burn in the dark before fading. With this, the obsessions and unwillingness he had held onto for 100,000 years had already faded a great deal. Then, he looked at Lin Ming. Empyrean Primordius didn't know just who Lin Ming was, but he could feel his own aura on Lin Ming's body. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was his descendant. He could feel Lin Ming's great strength. Within the body of this youth, there seemed to be a true dragon deeply slumbering. This youth's potential was inexhaustible. With such an outstanding person inheriting his final wishes and legacy, even if he were to die in battle he would have no regrets. Empyrean Primordius didn't say anything, but the old god sovereign seemed to understand his thoughts. The old god sovereign began to quietly chant. The Azura heavenly Tao laws started to gather. Beams of divine light shined from the old god sovereign's body. Drops of blood essence seeped out from between the old god sovereign's eyebrows and continuously sank into the god decree. The old god sovereign was burning his own life. The word of faith. He had to pour his life into it to ignite it, and only he was most suited to do so. From his withered body, an incomparable and potent life force began to rise. Vast waves of energy rushed out like a raging river, merging into the God Decree. The God Decree became increasingly bright until it completely burned away, transforming into countless runes that converged into Empyrean Primordius' body. In this moment, Empyrean Primordius felt an infinite strength stir in his body. His massive mortal body grew once more. A terrifying strength percolated within him like a volcano that would erupt at any moment, a strength that could not be suppressed, only released. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. His senses were as sharp as a savage beast as he rushed out of the spirit ship and locked onto Famine and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Empyrean Primordius had never come into contact with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign before. But at this time, Empyrean Primordius knew that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was his life's greatest enemy. Only one of them could live beneath the heavens. Chapter 1909, Severing the Dragon. The Azura Decree erupted with black flames that burnt through the underground chamber. This underground chamber of the god race could originally be considered an Empyrean spirit treasure, but even it began to melt away beneath these heated flames. Empyrean Primordius' body was soaked in these flames. His aura began to rapidly climb, soon surpassing the boundaries of an Empyrean. The Azura Decree was a beyond divinity level treasure. Using it as a support, a peak Empyrean could easily rise to the level of a true divinity. However, what was difficult was that even a peak Empyrean would find it hard to withstand the strength contained within the word of faith. It was even possible that their body might collapse and explode from the energy, immediately killing them. But Empyrean Primordius was different. The intensity of his mortal body had already far surpassed that of most true divinities. In particular, the raging anger within his heart pushed him to the limits, allowing his strength to reach an inconceivable degree for a short period of time. All of his life potential was erupting. On Empyrean Primordius' shoulder, Heavenly Empress Xinqing turned into a wisp of blue light that sank into his body. In the final moments of their lives, they would be together and die together, never to separate again. An exit tunnel opened up within the spirit ship. Without turning, Empyrean Primordius flew out. From this point on, he was a demon bent on revenge. Bang! Terrifying explosions rocked the vast space. The Ark of Hope was like a little toy that was sent tumbling around. Its protective shield rippled and surged, energy sparks flying. Beneath the continued onslaught of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, the Ark of Hope's energy reserves began to rapidly decline. Lord Patriarch, we only have 50% energy remaining. An Empyrean reported to the Celestial Patriarch. After the old god sovereign left, the only one who could manage the chaotic situation was the Celestial Patriarch. The Celestial Patriarch's palm was drenched in a cold sweat, but he still calmly directed the room. He could not be flustered. Even if his heart was lost and he was panicking within, on the surface he could not show any hysteria. He didn't know where the old god sovereign and Lin Ming had gone, nor did he know where they were going. They had already disappeared for a quarter hour. The spirit ship wouldn't be able to last much longer. But at this time, the Celestial Patriarch froze. He looked outside the porthole with utter shock as he watched a towering demon hurtle out from the spirit ship and rush towards the saints. This demon's goal was famine. Although this black demon was massive, compared to the planet-sized famine, it was far too tiny. That is, what is that? This demon was far too fast. Many people found it hard to see its appearance. Was this the old god sovereign's final trump card? This thought immediately cut through the Celestial Patriarch's mind. But as soon as he thought this, he discovered that the black demon didn't rush towards the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign but instead impacted towards the Saint Race's peak Empyreans. That is. On the side of the saints, the fused being of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and Famine was stunned. From this black demon, he could feel the aura of an abyssal. How is this possible? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign could hardly believe his own eyes. There had been an abyssal hiding within the god race all this time? Within the 33 heavens, the abyssal demons were a taboo existence. God beasts could be tamed and forced into becoming a peak Empyrean's contract beast, but an abyssal could never be brought to heel. Abyssals were incomparably evil beings. Their wisdom was relatively low and they often relied on their instincts to manage affairs. They were the mortal enemies of all intelligent life forms. Of course, there was always the possibility of something like famine occurring. An abyssal with a high degree of wisdom could establish an equal contract with an intelligent race in order to mutually benefit each other. But, these intelligent abyssals were often peak true divinity level existences. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't believe that such a powerful abyssal would ally with a declining race like the primal god race. Just what is going on? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign hesitated. But at this time, Empyrean Primordius had already rushed towards him with unbelievable speed. You are seeking death. Since this is the case, I will devour you. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered. With a thought, a thick dragon tentacle lashed out from the giant body of Famine. This dragon whip instantly passed through 10,000 miles of space, striking towards the black demon. The power behind this strike already surpassed the level of an Empyrean. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to cut down this unknown black demon and have it become a part of Famine's flesh and blood. Rah! The blood dragon opened its jaws, biting down on Empyrean Primordius. In that instant, Empyrean Primordius' eyes burst out with freezing killing intent. Although his mind was still clear and bright, his eyes had turned blood red. Roar! Empyrean Primordius roared. Without changing direction, he shot towards the maw of that giant blood dragon. Like this, that massive maw would thoroughly swallow Empyrean Primordius. For a time, all of the ancient race martial artists felt their hearts tighten. They didn't know how strong Empyrean Primordius was. The good fortune Saint Sovereign diabolically grinned. But at this time, Empyrean Primordius appeared cold and merciless to the extreme. Ka ka ka. With two cracking sounds, two long bone knives shot out from Empyrean Primordius' elbows, stretching out until they became massive crescent moon blades. These blades were 1,000 feet long and glowed with a black divine light. With an unparalleled momentum, he slashed out. Shwa! The void shattered. Empyrean Primordius broke into the blood dragon's jaw, his entire body vanishing. However, the moment that the blood dragon closed its jaws, two fierce half-moon bone blades slashed out from the blood dragon's cheeks. Blood sprinkled down as the blades continued downwards, unstoppable. Blood gushed out, dyeing the void red. The red dragon tentacle futilely struggled wildly, but in front of Empyrean Primordius its flesh and blood was no different from tofu. It had no ability to resist Empyrean Primordius' bone blades. Like this, from beginning to end, the thousands of miles long red dragon was sliced open. What? In that instant, whether it was martial artists from the saints or ancient races, they were all panic-stricken. This demon that had appeared from nowhere had severed one of Famine's tentacles. Before then, only the god decree left behind by the Azura Roadmaster had been able to injure Famine. Just what are you? The good fortune Saint Sovereign's pupils shrank. He could feel a dreadful killing intent from this black demon's eyes, as if they shared some deep and unforgivable grudge. When did he become enemies with an abyssal? Empyrean Primordius didn't speak. On his elbows, those crescent moon blades swung out, causing blood to fly. The entire red dragon tentacle was severed in half by Empyrean Primordius. After being cut from its mother body, the tentacle instantly turned into bloody water in the skies. Then, something shocking occurred. Empyrean Primordius opened his mouth and a terrifying traction vortex appeared, swallowing in all of that blood water. Empyrean Primordius had swallowed Famine's tentacle. Famine was known as the existence that could swallow all, but now its own flesh and blood had been swallowed by Empyrean Primordius. Chapter 1910, Invincible. Crack crack ka. Empyrean Primordius' flesh and blood and meridians began to emit a thunderous clapping sound. After swallowing Famine's flesh and blood, a greater strength was absorbed into his body. Within him, it was like a swelling volcano was rising, about to erupt at any moment. What is that demon? It can even swallow Famine's flesh and blood? Within the Ark of Hope, as the ancient race Empyreans saw the black demon, they were all confused. They didn't know just what plans to make. This black demon has reached the true divinity boundary and can even absorb Famine's flesh and blood to eat as its own energy. This is terrifying, but it is not Famine's match. The celestial patriarch shook his head. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign fused together with Famine, they became a nearly invincible existence. The good fortune Saint Sovereign represented the highest laws and the greatest strength, whereas Famine represented an incomprehensible life force and defensive capability. With the two of them fused together, they had almost no weaknesses. In this situation, the celestial patriarch didn't believe there was an existence capable of killing the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was what it meant to have an absolute disparity of strength. Ha 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 ha. In the void, the good fortune Saint Sovereign howled with laughter, his cackles resounding through the endless space. I never thought that there would be a monster like you in the primal god race. However, you seem to be relying on some outside power in order to forcefully raise your strength to the level of a true divinity? How can someone like you possibly be my match? In the end, you will become nothing but feed for Famine. As the good fortune Saint Sovereign spoke, red dragon heads burst out from his body. These dragon heads wriggled in space, slowly twisting around. On the surface of these red dragons, thick layers of bone armor appeared. The dragons that were made of flesh and blood had now turned into bone dragons. This time, do you think your bone blades will still be useful? A contemptuous smile appeared on the good fortune Saint Sovereign's face. With rolling dragon roars, the 100+ bone dragons rushed towards Empyrean Primordius. Compared to Empyrean Primordius, Famine's body was far too large. Those terrifying bone dragon tentacles could easily pierce through a planet. Bang! Empyrean Primordius suddenly ignited with energy. He turned into a black beam of light that hurtled towards those bone dragons. The bone blades on his elbows slashed out, forming an arc of light that spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. Blood sprayed out and a bone dragon's armor shattered. But in the next moment, 2 bone dragons took its place, each one rushing towards Empyrean Primordius in a pincer attack. Pang! The void was smashed apart. Empyrean Primordius was sent flying backwards like a meteor, tumbling away for 1,000 miles. However, his mortal body was incredibly solid. Even after being struck backwards, he instantly rose up in space and shot forwards once more. Seeing this, the many ancient race Empyreans on the Ark of Hope felt their hearts skip a beat. At this time, the doors to the main control room opened up and an ashen man with a hunched back walked in, supported by Lin Ming. This old man's face was as wrinkled as a walnut and the sockets of his eyes were pulled in deep. His hair was sparse and his eyes were filthy. His entire body emitted a faint death energy. This old man was the old god sovereign, but currently, his fires of life were waning like a candle in a storm, ready to fade at any moment. Your Majesty! Master! Daiwahan and the many god race martial artists were shocked and saddened as they saw the appearance of their old god sovereign. Before this, when they saw the demon rush out, they had already guessed that it was related to the old god sovereign. But now it seemed that the old god sovereign really had paid a deep price in order to do this. His life was rapidly reaching its end. There is no need to panic, I'm not dead yet. The old god sovereign calmly said, as if this was a simple and irrelevant matter. When the old god sovereign burned the god decree, he had preserved a tiny bit of his fires of life because he wasn't able to die just yet. He still needed to guide the ancient remnant races to the divine realm. Honorable Master! Daiwahan fell to his knees. He felt as if a knife was stabbed into his heart and was being twisted around. As Lin Ming stood behind the old god sovereign, he looked at Daiwahan, who was crying tears, and deeply empathized with his pain. This was because he understood what Daiwahan was feeling. Hate. Hate towards himself. Hate towards his own weakness. That black demon is, an Empyrean couldn't help but ask. He was once a proud son of heaven who belonged to the human race. He has already become an abyssal. 100,000 years ago, his name was Empyrean Primordius. The old god sovereign slowly spoke, his voice aged and gravelly. Empyrean Primordius? Hearing this name, many ancient race martial artists were bewildered. They understood this part of history. Empyrean Primordius was a true elite, but what a pity, history never gave him the time to grow. Otherwise, perhaps he might have been the turn this great calamity needed. Of course, that was only a possibility. The fused good fortune Saint Sun and Famine was simply far too powerful. Even if humanity and the god race possessed one or two true divinities, it would still be impossible for them to contend with the saints. We cannot stay. Primordius is not a match for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The old god sovereign's voice was gloomy. Everyone was silent. They knew that Empyrean Primordius was sacrificing his life to buy time for them, and they couldn't allow him to die in vain. Open the energy matrix and pour all of your energy into it. Prepare to break through. The old god sovereign ordered. The Empyreans present were solemn. They were well aware that even with Empyrean Primordius, wanting to break out of this encirclement would be filled with difficulties. This was destined to be a bitter struggle. Ca. A bone dragon tentacle was split in half. Empyrean Primordius was bathed in blood, looking like an ascendant demon. He swallowed Famen's flesh and drank Famen's blood in order to restore his own energy. But compared to Famen with his vast, ocean-like life force, Empyrean Primordius' combat strength was simply too low. Up until now, Famen hadn't weakened at all. As the Celestial Patriarch had said, Famen was a nearly invincible opponent. So, you are not an abyssal, but that body is one that you've seized. The good fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered. From Empyrean Primordius' spiritual sea, he could feel an aura different from that of a true abyssal. This was no abyssal, but someone from one of the intelligent races. To seize the body of an abyssal, you've actually caused me to recall someone. 100,000 years ago, there was a human who tried to bite off more than he could chew and attempted to imitate the Azura Road Master by establishing his own Samsara Heavenly Tao. In the end, his plans were toppled by me, and his grandness spirit bead was taken by me. He fell into the dark abyss, unable to escape. And if I remember correctly, at the time there had been a woman by his side, one that came from the primal god race. The good fortune Saint Sovereign slowly spoke, a taunting smile on his face. His words were like a knife that cut into Empyrean Primordius' heart. Empyrean Primordius' blood-red eyes burst out with a thick killing intent. However, he didn't lose his reasoning. He hurtled through the starry sky battlefield, dodging the attacks of the red bone dragons. He could already feel that his attacks weren't enough to threaten Famen. Thus, he needed to attack the core of Famen, the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, when comparing his strength against the good fortune Saint Sovereign's, even if he reached him, how could he possibly defeat him? You're done for. Standing atop Famen's bloody red body, the good fortune Saint Sovereign stretched out his hands. From between his hands, a black vortex appeared. A black sphere slowly manifested in it. This sphere was covered with ancient lines, shining blood red as if they had drunk their fill of blood. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. On the Ark of Hope, Lin Ning's pupils shrank. The item within the good fortune Saint Sovereign was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As a true divinity who specialized in body transformation, if the good fortune Saint Sovereign emitted an attack with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, its might would be unimaginable. Primordius, be careful. The old god Sovereign's heart tightened. Originally, it was already difficult to deal with the fused good fortune Saint Sovereign and Famen, but now there was also the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Empyrean Primordius had suddenly fallen into a life or death predicament. Activate the Ark of Hope's array formation with everything you have. We are breaking out of here. The old god Sovereign commanded. And at this time, black flames lit up all over Empyrean Primordius. In his blood-red eyes, the shadow of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead reflected in his pupils. After 100,000 years, Empyrean Primordius once again saw this divine tool which had brought him to unimaginable heights but had also sent him crashing down. His heart wildly fluctuated. Primordius? I remember this was your name. 100,000 years ago, I wrested the Grand Mist Spirit Bead from your hands. Now, I shall use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to kill you and bring our story to its end. You once used the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to absorb flesh and blood essence to cultivate your martial artists, so now I shall use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to absorb your flesh and blood essence. I suppose you can consider this a kind of retributive karma, right? Ha ha ha. You want to run away? To think you can play tricks on me, you still aren't good enough. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion became cold and deadly, murderous intent bursting from his eyes. He discovered that the Ark of Hope was revolving energy within its array formation and was attempting to escape. The truth was that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already guessed Empyrean Primordius' goal was to delay for time so that the ancient remnant races could flee. How could he allow such a thing to happen? In particular, atop the Ark of Hope there was still Lin Ning, someone he had to kill above all. How naive. My sense has been locked onto you all for this entire time. How could you possibly escape? You will all remain here and the ancient races will forever disappear into history. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's thoughts moved and dozens of transformed bone dragons rushed outwards. These bone dragons roared, their bodies like beams of light as they instantly passed through tens of thousands of miles, smashing and grabbing towards the Ark of Hope. Bang! The Ark of Hope violently shook. The hull that was thousands of miles long was tangled by dozens of bone dragons. And at this time, an enchantment appeared from millions of miles away, sealing famine, the good fortune Saint Sovereign, and the Ark of Hope within. This enchantment exuded a grand and violent aura. It was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's good fortune force field. With the good fortune Saint Sovereign blocking out the surrounding space with his own force field and using dozens of bone dragon tentacles to tie down the Ark of Hope, the Ark of Hope was now like a bug caught in a spider web, unable to move. The good fortune Saint Sovereign ruthlessly grinned. Although you are only ants, I will not allow you the slightest chance to escape. I will give everything to strangle you all to death and bring this all to an end. Chapter 1911, The Final Counterattack. Damn it! On the Ark of Hope, the ancient race Empyreans felt their hearts surge with despair. The bone dragon tentacles shooting out from famine were extremely powerful. Just a single bone dragon couldn't be severed even with the all-out attack of a peak Empyrean. Not just that, but there were dozens of bone dragons tying down the Ark of Hope. It would be impossible to break free. What do we do? The ancient race martial artists were worried. Many people looked towards the old god sovereign. In this critical moment, this old man that was on the verge of death was still the spiritual leader of everyone present. Don't panic. The old god sovereign took a deep breath. At the crux of life and death, the old god sovereign's voice seemed to possess a strange and mesmerizing charm that calmed everyone down. We still have a chance, and it is also our final chance. The old god sovereign took out the final Azura decree, the word of sealing. Of the three Azura decrees there was the offensive word of striking, the supportive word of faith, and the final sealing word of sealing. But sealing. In the minds of those present, the word of sealing was the weakest of the three Azura decrees, because it had a weak striking power that could only be used to imprison. By relying on the word of sealing, could they reverse the course of fate? At this time in the void, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had begun his final attack. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was like a black hole. It floated above the good fortune Saint Sovereign's head, seething with power. The good fortune Saint Sovereign spread his arms, allowing energy to recklessly bathe his body. His long hair flew upwards. On the surface of his body strange curse seals appeared, each curse seal matching those on the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Primordius, ancient remnant races, allow me to use this Grand Mist Spirit Bead to deliver you all onto the road to hell. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead emitted a misty red light. The void twisted apart as a horrifying suction force gushed outwards. Empyrean Primordius howled. On the precipice of life and death, he began to recklessly burn his blood essence. As an abyssal demon and an Empyrean who had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he possessed an incredibly powerful mortal body. Now that he burnt all his blood essence, the strength that erupted from him could be imagined. Bang! Grand mist energy and the power of an abyssal erupted together. But, in the face of the terrifying aura released by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the strength released by Empyrean Primordius was like a firefly to the bright night moon, simply insignificant. In the void, the vortex of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead became increasingly strong. All of the nearby martial artists in space felt this dreadful swallowing force that seemed to pull at their blood essence, wanting to pull out all the blood from their bodies. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the divine tool that represented essence. It could swallow flesh and blood, but it wasn't limited to that alone. This was because within the universe, essence, energy, and divine separately represented matter, energy, and the heavenly Tao. As for essence, that corresponded to all matter and physical things in the universe. Now, with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead being used by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, it could swallow all matter of creation. Any strength, any light could not escape the swallowing force. It was like a limitless black hole, possessing a terrifying mystic strength. Pa-ka! Pa-ka! The surrounding space shattered in massive tracts. The greatest strength released by Empyrean Primordius was only able to faintly slow the Grand Mist Spirit Bead for a moment before no longer having any effect. We must evacuate. The Saint Empyreans that helped seal off the Ark of Hope were frightened upon seeing the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign use the power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. They were scared they would be drawn into that black hole and perish without a trace. It's time. This is our final chance. On the Ark of Hope, the old God Sovereign took out the word of sealing God decree. I will join you. The old Celestial Patriarch stood up. He could already see that the old God Sovereign planned to sacrifice himself and combust this God decree. But the old God Sovereign himself was insufficient. It's been almost 100 million years. I will accompany you on this final journey. The Celestial Patriarch smiled as he slowly walked up to the old God Sovereign's side. Seeing this, the ancient race powerhouses all looked dispirited. Daiwahan and Tobague shivered. Tears streamed down Smokeless' face. Lin Ming closed his eyes. They all wanted to say something, but in the end they remained quiet. Because at this time, there was no more meaning in saying anything at all. The word of sealing Azura decree slowly flew up between the old God Sovereign and the Celestial Patriarch. The two old men flew up into the void. The Celestial Patriarch looked at the old God Sovereign and said, "When we were young we explored the primeval realm ruins together. In our lives, I can't remember the number of times we've battled side by side. Even when we had to fight each other, it was for our own people. However, I've always been slightly worse than you." The old God Sovereign shook his head. It's in the past. Today we shall fight together once more, and it will also be our last time. Speaking here, the two old men smiled, their smiles bright and confident. The God decree glowed brighter and brighter. The old God Sovereign closed his eyes, saying, "I'll have to rely on you. I don't have much strength left. I know." After speaking these words, the two old men that stood at the pinnacle of the ancient races began to combust like two blazing suns. Their life's essence energy continuously streamed out from every pore of their body, merging into the black Azura decree. With every wisp of life essence, the God decree lit up more and more. Slowly, it became blinding. But as for the bodies of the two leaders, they began to stiffen like stone and slowly disintegrate. The Black God decree began to expand at an incredible rate. Ancient and plain runes appeared, each one containing a vast and boundless power. A will from a far-off time burst out from the rays of black light. These rays of light brought with them the infinite aura of an Azura war god, possessing the power of a bottomless prison. Space shivered. As the black light spread out, even space seemed to be forcefully sealed away. Light, dust, all matter and energy and even the most root source laws began to freeze solid, becoming like pitch-black ice. This sight left the heart racing. With a rustling sound, the bodies of the two old men collapsed and disintegrated into the air. The last wisps of their boundless life force and essence energy merged into the dazzling God decree. Bang! The God decree vanished from sight. Instead, what was left behind was a profound darkness, filled with black tentacles as dark as the void that roiled about, innumerable. These tentacles had trillions of runes shining upon them. They pierced through the void, surging forwards. All of the ancient remnant race martial artists felt their hearts weighed down by sorrow. This was a strike traded for with the lives of the leaders from two different races. The two old leaders no longer needed to command this battle because their mission had been completed. If they could not win this battle, then there was no meaning to exist. And if they could win, then the ancient remnant races would be able to escape even without their guidance, fleeing to open skies. Just die. A cold and cruel smile appeared on the good fortune Saint Sovereign's lips. He pressed his hands forwards, pouring all of his strength into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Bang! The power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead rose once more, completely crushing the defensive barriers that Primordius tried to put up. The black vortex grew larger and larger, eventually turning into a massive 1,000 miles black sphere that could consume all of creation. Energy shock waves spread outwards like tens of thousands of stars exploding together. Like a boiling tide, all nearby planets started to blow apart one at a time. Even many nearby spirit ships began to flee, lest they be sucked into the vortex. The black hole formed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead would expand without end until it swallowed all. Even the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to consume a tremendous amount of energy in order to use this power that could reverse the heavens and earth. He had to overdraw his strength, and even then he found it difficult to control. But just as Empyrean Primordius was covered by this black hole, a strange and formidable dark strength hurtled out from the Ark of Hope. This dark strength blotted out the heavens, overwhelming the world. It was like a black sun with countless black tentacles spreading out from it. As it appeared, vast tracts of surrounding space were instantly imprisoned. Even pure energy shock waves were frozen solid. Even famine, even the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, everything was tightly wrapped up in this sheer pitch black darkness. This is... The good fortune Saint Sovereign detected that something was wrong. He discovered that this strange pitch black strength contained an inexplicable divine sealing ability. It was somewhat similar to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in that it shared characteristics with a black hole, but it was actually different from a black hole. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was a swallowing power, but this dark strength was a seal. It sealed everything away into a black space, and this space also began to rapidly shrink. Azura Decree. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's heart shook. Such a terrifying strength could only be achieved by an Azura Decree. Although the good fortune Saint Sovereign knew that the primal god race had few god decrees personally drawn up by the Azura Roadmaster, he actually wasn't sure what effects they had or what they were used for. But now, it seemed that the function of this god decree was to create a divine natural space that surpassed the laws of the 33 heavens and sealed away all enemies within. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had already been imprisoned and was unable to dodge at all. And worst of all, even the completely berserk Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole would be sealed away with him. Damn it all! The good fortune Saint Sovereign finally understood the plan of the ancient remnant races. He was so angry he wanted to smash his feet against a boulder. Break for me! The good fortune Saint Sovereign was incensed. He no longer cared for Empyrean Primordius but instead stimulated the Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole to its limits in order to break free from this divine natural space. Ka. The black hole and spatial barriers collided together. A terrifying and mind-boggling level of energy erupted. The good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to forcefully break free from this Azura Decree. For a time, space seemed to be completely swallowed up. Then, from the God decree left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, an unexpected shattering sound rang out, as if it would soon shatter. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign fused together with famine, and also with using the power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he could almost break open an Azura Decree. You want to seal me away? Keep on dreaming. A cruel and merciless light shined in the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes. But in the next moment, his complexion changed. He watched helplessly on as a towering black demon hurtled towards him at full speed. Empyrean Primordius was also covered by the word of sealing. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign stimulated the Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole to its limits in order to break free from the imprisonment of the divine natural space, Empyrean Primordius had also been freed from the shackles of the black hole. Now, this was his chance to rush forwards. Yet this time, his target was no longer famine, but the main body of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Chapter 1912, A Black Hole Disintegration. You are seeking death. Seeing Empyrean Primordius hurtle towards him, the good fortune Saint Sovereign began to panic. Even if he was stronger, having to control the incomparably powerful Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole to attack the divine natural ceiling space had caused him to exhaust all of his energy. This was an Azura decree, a beyond divinity level treasure. How could it be easy to break through it? Yet, in this crucial moment, Empyrean Primordius intended to strike him at his weakest. The good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't have any methods to deal with Empyrean Primordius attacks. At this time, a savage killing intent burst out from Empyrean Primordius' eyes. He brought his arms together, his two bone blades extended outwards. The dark and dense blades shined with a cold divine light, slashing straight towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign's throat. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to block this attack. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was enraged to the peak. He was clearly far stronger than Empyrean Primordius, and the ancient remnant races were nothing but bugs he didn't place in his eyes. And yet this crowd of bug-like existences had forced him to this step. There was no road to heaven, no gates to the earth. Die! Empyrean Primordius had already recklessly burnt his blood essence. With his original mortal bodily strength, after burning the entirety of his blood essence, he should have been able to rival a true divinity, and now he was even supported with the Azura decree, the word of faith. Empyrean Primordius' body was covered in black flames. Wherever he went, the void was shattered, everything was crushed. Empyrean Primordius' strike could not be blocked by an ordinary true divinity. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was naturally capable of blocking such a strike, but now he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing the bone blade soon about to slice through his throat, the good fortune Saint Sovereign fiercely grit his teeth and desperately attacked. Crack! 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 He howled into the heavens. Scales formed all over his body. In this life or death moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had activated his body metamorphosis. The saints were a body transformation-focused race that was also divided by the quality of their bloodlines. Amongst the saints, martial artists with formidable bloodlines could metamorphosize their bodies, galvanizing their greatest strength. The good fortune Saint Sun and Imperial Prince Naki were examples. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign could not remember how many years it had been since he had used his bloodline power to activate body metamorphosis. This was because he simply never needed it. In his ordinary state, he was almost the greatest powerhouse of the 33 heavens. After fusing together with famine, he was nearly invincible. The good fortune Saint Sovereign never would have dreamed there would be a day when he would be forced to use his body transformation by a bunch of ants. Get out of my way! The good fortune Saint Sovereign exploded into a roar, his fast smashing outwards. His fist was covered with scales and his muscles bulged out like the claws of a dragon. This fist broke apart the void, colliding with Empyrean Primordius bone blades. Gotcha! With a loud crack, the bone blades shattered. Even if this was a hasty blow, the strike of the good fortune Saint Sovereign possessed unimaginable power. However, the moment the fractured bone blades shattered, they still tore through the good fortune Saint Sovereign's protective astral essence and stabbed into his chest. At the same time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's fist smashed into Empyrean Primordius' chest. Bang! Empyrean Primordius' towering figure violently shook. His ribs caved in and he spat out blood as he was sent flying backwards. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's strike had heavily wounded Primordius, but his mortal body had been stabbed by Empyrean Primordius' bone blade. Moreover, because the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to stop what he was doing to attack Primordius, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole began to spin out of control. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The pitch-black surface of the black hole violently clashed with the divine natural ceiling space. A horrifying tide of energy burst outward. Because the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't want to give Empyrean Primordius or the ancient remnant races any chance to escape, he had poured all his energy into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to send out an attack. This terrifying black hole could ruin a galaxy, its strength was beyond powerful. The power that the good fortune Saint Sovereign cast out was absorbed into the black hole, causing it to accumulate more and grow larger. Within, dangerous streams of power grinded against each other, squeezing each other. Now that he had lost control of the black hole, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion changed. He could feel the strength within the black hole begin to contract inwards, causing massive tracts of space to collapse and implode. This entire process was like the explosion of a universe, the terrifying contraction that occurred after it had expanded to its limits. It had to be known that every wisp of power within the black hole was highly tempered and incredibly pure. It was extremely terrifying. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion became increasingly ugly. Once the strength sealed within the black hole was reduced to the peak, it would then explode. The following annihilating strength would create unimaginable destruction. This was the same as dozens of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's attacks together. It simply could not be withstood. Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Reverse. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion was fierce. He roused the power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead with all of his strength, trying to reverse the energies within and neutralize the black hole. Excessive consumption of energy caused all of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's blood vessels to bulge upwards and burst open. At this time he was completely overdrawing on his strength. He forcefully sucked all of this collapsing energy into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. However, wasn't wanting to neutralize all of the energy in a black hole on the verge of explosion easier said than done, especially in such a short period of time? The current good fortune Saint Sovereign was now a spent force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After being neutralized by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the black hole didn't explode. But it started to break apart. In this case, waves of energy still shot outwards. They were like arrows, each wisp capable of crushing celestial bodies. Whoosh! Black fluctuations of energy crashed into famine. The mountainous expanse of flesh and blood seemed to have been cut open by the blade of a divine god. In an instant, dreadful wounds as deep as canyons formed on Famine's body. Another energy fluctuation passed over Famine, severing 7 or 8 of its bone dragon tentacles. Whoosh! 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 Waves of black hole power slashed through the void. Famine had suffered heavy damage. Ah! The good fortune Saint Sovereign howled. His hair was disheveled and his body was dyed in blood. He simply couldn't deal with the stormy power of this black hole. If this continued, then Famine would suffer inconceivable damages. This was because the black hole power possessed a swallowing attribute. It would drain a massive amount of Famine's blood essence. The good fortune Saint Sovereign bit down on the tip of his tongue and black light rose in his pupils. The pure source power of a true divinity began to gush out from him. As this source power appeared, even the universe started to shake. Countless lines of the great Tao gathered and the good fortune Saint Sovereign's aura changed. Even his astral essence turned pure gold in color. In that moment, with the good fortune Saint Sovereign as the center, a terrifying energy vortex arose within the universe. For billions and trillions of miles around, all of the power of good fortune began gathering towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This strength was not just heaven and earth origin energy, but all sorts of power from the world. Heat, light, small ions, interstellar dust, everything began converging on the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was the good fortune divine art, the technique to seize the power of good fortune. The so-called good fortune was the sum of all matter and life besides intelligent life forms. By drawing out the power of good fortune within the universe for an attack, the power behind this ability could be imagined. This was an incomparably overbearing and tyrannical cultivation method. The good fortune Saint Sun had once used it to contend with Lin Ming, but now that it was displayed in the hands of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the might of the good fortune divine art was beyond terrifying. With the support of the good fortune divine art, beams of golden astral essence gathered around Famine, forming a giant circular golden shield. Within this shield, small figures floated up and down. These were the good fortune Saint Sovereign's true divinity incarnations. Each small figure represented a wisp of the universe's source strength, perfect and without flaw. The moment that the Grandness Spirit Bead began to veer out of control and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to divide his attention too much, he didn't hesitate to use his source strength with the Good Fortune Divine Art. This round golden shield was a peerless martial skill from the Good Fortune Divine Art, Myriad Spirit Creation Shield. The Myriad Spirit Creation Shield began to shine. An old and distant radiance emanated outwards as sounds of the great Tao filled the air. It was like a most precious treasure had appeared from the birthing of the cosmos, representing eternity and immortality. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The violent black hole strength smashed against the Myriad Spirit Creation Shield, colliding and erasing each other. Massive amounts of source strength dissipated, however the impact wasn't able to reach the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. But at this moment, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had also consumed a tremendous amount of his source strength and greatly overdrawn himself. His fused body of famine was already cut and pitted, with massive and alarming fissures crossing it. Even so, there were still those bone dragon tentacles that wrapped around the Ark of Hope. Over half of them had been cut off, but there were still a dozen some of them that tenaciously clung to the spirit ship. Although the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign could have withdrawn his bone dragon tentacles to help himself defend, he would rather suffer heavier injuries than allow the Ark of Hope to escape. He didn't want to let the ancient remnant races flee, especially Lin Ming. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had a dark uneasiness in his heart. He had to kill Lin Ming as soon as possible, but the speed he was growing at was far too fast. This time, he had suffered a giant loss. Although it seemed that it was because the ancient remnant races had joined together with Empyrean Primordius, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had a strange premonition that in this battle, Lin Ming had played an irreplaceable role. He needed to kill this human youth. He could not allow him to freely grow. He could not even give him the smallest chance. You, die for me. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's face distorted. His mouth was wet with blood. He reached out his right hand and grasped towards the Ark of Hope. With explosive cracking sounds, the 20-plus bone dragon tentacles around the Ark of Hope began to wildly contract, constantly crushing down on the Ark of Hope's protective shield. Even though the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had been heavily wounded, he still had more than enough power to smash the Ark of Hope and the ancient remnant races to pieces. The Ark of Hope's energy reserves rapidly fell. Through the successive attacks and counterattacks, the Ark of Hope had already used up over half its energy. In this situation, the Ark of Hope wasn't able to last much longer. As for the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, although he was exhausted, a starving camel was still larger than a horse. The vitality of famine was strong to the point of disbelief. Die! The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign roared out. But at this time, he saw a black shadow fly through a massive wound in his body and drill into it. Chapter 1913. What? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion changed. All of his attention just now had been focused on the Ark of Hope. He wanted to obliterate the Ark of Hope's protective shield and then swallow it, along with the Primal God race and Lin Ming. But during this time period he had suffered a sneak attack. It's you again. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign fiercely raged, furious. Famine's body was far too large. After the black hole broke apart, Famine had been forced to withstand over 90% of the black hole's turbulent energy shockwaves. And Empyrean Primordius had hidden himself behind Famine. The moment the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign blocked the black hole's energy shockwaves with the Myriad Spirit Creation Shield, Empyrean Primordius had taken this opportunity to strike. And what was most ruthless was that Empyrean Primordius didn't attack the exterior of Famine's body, but instead chose to rush through the horrifying tearing wounds caused by the black hole energy and break into its body. Such a sinister method caused the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign to fume with rage. Puff! Blood began to gush out of Famine like a river from the wound where Empyrean Primordius had rushed in. In that moment, Empyrean Primordius had sliced open a giant blood vessel within Famine. This blood vessel was over 1,000 feet thick and it was cut in half by Empyrean Primordius' bone saber. Underneath a terrifying blood pressure, blood as hot and thick as magma gushed out into space, soaring for thousands of miles. Just die. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes gleamed with a vicious light. He changed his plans. He had to kill Empyrean Primordius first, otherwise with Empyrean Primordius freely rampaging through his body, his wounds would only become heavier. Whoosh! A bone dragon tentacle drilled into Famine's body like a leech, chasing straight after Empyrean Primordius. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was ruthless. He ignored any collateral damage to Famine's body and vowed to catch and kill Empyrean Primordius. As the bone dragon tentacle drilled in, it constantly transformed. It became sharper, more dense, similar to a blood-red spear. And at this time, Empyrean Primordius rushed forwards through the mass of flesh and blood. Before this, Empyrean Primordius' left bone blade had been shattered by the good fortune Saint Sovereign's punch and his left hand had nearly broken apart at the same time. Now all he had left was the bone blade on his right elbow. Using this bone blade, Empyrean Primordius hurtled forwards with irresistible momentum. He constantly tore through Famine's body, drilling into it like a razor-sharp cone. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. The good fortune Saint Sovereign surged with energy. Waves of the power of good fortune swelled towards him and Famine's body violently wriggled. At the same time, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead floated above the good fortune Saint Sovereign's head. A stream of ancient runes rushed out, all of them entering into Famine's body. With the support of this powerful energy, Famine's flesh and blood tightened, becoming more dense even as energy recklessly coursed through it. These waves of energy smashed onto Empyrean Primordius like an endless tide. The blood became increasingly hot and also started to be filled with a horrifying corrosive power. This corrosiveness wasn't from physical poisons but from the heavenly Tao laws, in other words, the poison laws. Even if a true divinity spirit treasure were bathed in Famine's blood, it would still slowly lose its spirituality. Empyrean Primordius fought with everything he had. As he did, he felt the blood splashing on him become as dangerous as acid. As long as it touched him, it would emit puffing sounds and vanish in a plume of white smoke. The pitch-black bone armor on his body began to melt away at a speed visible to the eyes. After a while, a plate of bone armor as thick as a large fist fell down. The bone armor that was originally as smooth as a mirror began to form holes due to the corrosive blood. Some of that corrosive blood even splashed onto Primordius' pupils. On his deep pupils, runes began to collapse. The sight in front of Empyrean Primordius became hazy and dim, as if he would lose his vision at any moment. Roar! Through the layers of hurdles, Empyrean Primordius angrily howled out. A radiant light the color of fresh blood shot out from his pupils, as bright as a sun. The corrosive bodily fluids of the good fortune Saint Sovereign were burned away by the source essence energy of Empyrean Primordius. A boundless shaking power rushed out, allowing Empyrean Primordius to continue hurtling into the deepest depths of famine. The situation is dire. Within the Ark of Hope, an ancient race Empyrean felt his mind tighten. Every single action and move that Empyrean Primordius took affected the hearts of the powerhouses within the Ark of Hope. They could all feel that at this moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body was surging with a potent power of good fortune. His fused body bloomed with a blinding light. Every pore shone, and the flesh and blood seemed to come to life, making the heart race with fear. That strength was so great that even the void would be swallowed up. But after Empyrean Primordius had hurtled his way into Famine's body, his aura became isolated from the outside without any way to sense his movements. Even the tear that Empyrean Primordius used to drill into Famine was slowly being covered over by wriggling flesh. Primordius is in danger. Daiwahan and Tobague's faces were dripping with sweat. Whether it was the Celestials or God race, their old leaders had died in battle for their people. Now, the destiny of their races had been left in their hands, and they had become the true commanders who had to lead the ancient remnant races to escape and survive. The pressure on their shoulders could be imagined. The good fortune Saint Sovereign suffered a backlash from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and has taken heavy damage. He even overdrew his essence energy to activate the good fortune divine art. Just how much strength could he possibly have left? A god race Empyrean spat out with hate thick in his voice. Even a centipede that is chopped in half won't die. Famine's vital life force is too powerful. Even if it only has a tenth of its strength remaining, it isn't something we can hope to contend with. Daiwahan took a deep breath. At this time, he was nearly out of his wits and out of his mind. Once Empyrean Primordius died, the rest of them would soon follow. As everyone was anxious and worried, in a corner of the control room, Lin Ming had closed his eyes deep in concentration. Within his spiritual sea, the magic cube slowly revolved, projecting out a phantom of Famine's body. His spiritual sea was nearly isolated from the world. All of his soul force was poured into the magic cube as he sensed the universe through it. He was using the magic cube to search for that one point. Beside Lin Ming, Smokeless was startled. She could faintly feel that at this moment, there was suddenly a strange change in Lin Ming's soul force, one that was hard to fathom. It was like waves of a vast and boundless strength, similar to a spiritual god, began to gush out from Lin Ming's body, so profound that it caused the heart to race. Other than Smokeless, many Empyreans also discovered that something unusual was occurring to Lin Ming's aura. What they didn't know was that this aura, like a spiritual god that made their hearts race, didn't come from Lin Ming, but originated from the magic cube. If there was a powerhouse that had a deep understanding of the magic cube, they could rely on this feeling alone to confirm that the magic cube was within Lin Ming's body. This was because the momentum emitting from his body was too grand, too unique. But now, no one could care to delve into this. Lin Ming had created far too many miracles. If they could feel a divine nature from his body, no one would think it was strange. Lin Ming. Daiwahan could see that between Lin Ming's eyebrows, another eye had appeared. This eye shined out with a brilliant divine light, and within his eyes, the phantom of a grey cube seemed to spin around. This cube had mysterious markings that he had never seen before. As this phantom cube appeared, it also instantly hid itself. But as Daiwahan looked into Lin Ming's eyes, he had a feeling as if he were losing himself. This feeling left him stunned. As a peak Empyrean, it was naturally impossible for him to be enchanted by the eyes of a peak Holy Lord martial artist. Was it that phantom cube which had appeared for a brief moment just then? Daiwahan had no time to think about it. At this time, Lin Ming stood up and asked, "Let me try once." Everyone was shocked. What did Lin Ming want to try? Could it be that he wanted to deal with the good fortune Saint Sovereign? That was impossible. They watched as Lin Ming slowly walked to the side of the Azura Primal God Cannon. Soul force wildly bubbled around his body. Rays of his soul force gathered around him, forming a beam of light in the void as thick as a baby's arm. This beam of soul force connected to the Azura Primal God Cannon. Beneath the revitalization of Lin Ming's soul force, the Azura Primal God Cannon began to emit waves of faint spiritual light. So he wanted to release the Azura Primal God Cannon once more. Lin Ming, you want to use the Azura Primal God Cannon? The Azura Primal God Cannon is strong, but Famine is just too powerful. It is nearly invincible. Can you use the God Cannon to threaten its life? The Azura Primal God Cannon was extremely powerful. With a direct strike, it could even easily and instantly kill a peak Empyrean. But to use it to blast Famine, it was actually far too weak. After all, even in Lin Ming's hands, the Azura Primal God Cannon could only display a limited degree of strength. It was far inferior to an Azura Decree. Even an Azura Decree could only heavily wound Famine but not kill it. Let's give it a try. This time, my attack method will be different. Lin Ming touched the Azura Primal God Cannon. He had no idea just how many rare treasures of the universe were incorporated into this God Cannon, just how many materials were needed to forge it. In the ancient era, this God Cannon had once followed the Azura Roadmaster into battle and had obtained many magnificent war exploits. A different attack method? When the many Empyreans heard Lin Ming's words, they were left surprised. The so-called different attack method, could it be related to the divine aura that emanated from Lin Ming just now? Lin Ming said, "I'm not sure, but I believe that no matter how powerful an existence is, they will never be invincible. Even the good fortune Saint Sovereign must have a weakness." As Lin Ming spoke, no one asked any more questions. With Empyrean Primordius on the precipice of death, there was just no time to talk. Moreover, the key factor was that the Empyreans present had faith in Lin Ming. He had already created far too many miracles. "Everyone, help me!" As Lin Ming's voice fell, his blood vitality began to seethe and roil. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace completely opened and his body emitted loud crackling sounds as his figure rose and black scales appeared all over him. In order to operate the Azura Primal God Cannon the best he could, Lin Ming had activated the power of the Azura blood. At this time, his blood vessels and meridians began to surge like a flood. Condensed blood vitality and energy shot out from his pores, gathering in the void. Not just that, but Lin Ming's spiritual sea started to tumble and stir. Soul force roared out from him, gathering into purple pythons that rushed out from Lin Ming's soul. All of these strengths were Lin Ming's true source soul, and now he was pouring all of it into the Azura Primal God Cannon without reserve. Slowly, the runes atop the Azura Primal God Cannon began to emit a bright and eternally glorious light. Marks started to float in the air, like innumerable faint stars revolving around the cannon that made it seem even more mystical and magnificent. Just Lin Ming's strength alone was far from enough. At this time, stream after stream of great energy began to flow into Lin Ming's body. These strengths were as deep and vast as a sea, all of them pouring into Lin Ming like massive rivers and then flowing through him into the Azura Primal God Cannon. The source of these strengths was all the ancient race Empyreans of the primeval universe that were trying their best to struggle for a future within the Ark of Hope. They had already helped Lin Ming activate the Azura Primal God Cannon once before. Now that they were coordinating with him a second time, this was already a familiar process. None of them knew what Lin Ming's plan was, nor did they know what the chances of success were. But at this time, none of them asked. They could only desperately push forwards, burning their life source without hesitation to wrestle for the slightest ray of hope. Many ancient race Empyreans began burning their fires of life. Their appearances started to wither, becoming older. They had already been powering the Ark of Hope's array formation all this time, and they had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. This strength that they poured into Lin Ming was all they had left. Some older Empyreans barely had enough strength to continue standing and almost slumped over. But even so, they continued to pour their power into the array formation. The entire Ark of Hope was silent. No one spoke. Only the sound of roiling soul force echoed in the air as all eyes were focused on Lin Ming. Lin Ming required time to gather his potential. But at this time, within the body of Famine, Empyrean Primordius had already consumed a tremendous amount of strength and was finding it hard to continue. The bone armor on his body was almost corroded to nothing and he dripped with blood all over. Famine's flesh trembled around Empyrean Primordius. The flesh became like walls, pressing down on him. This terrifying strength could even crush a planet, and now it was all being withstood by Empyrean Primordius alone. Gotcha! With a loud crack, Empyrean Primordius' right bone blade finally cracked as it tried to slice through the increasingly dense flesh and corrosive strength. Whoosh! Behind Empyrean Primordius, the blood-red tentacles chased after him faster and faster. They bored tunnels through Famine's body, soon about to pierce through Empyrean Primordius. A callous smile unconsciously appeared on the good fortune Saint Sovereign's face. Although his battle with Empyrean Primordius and the ancient races had caused him to suffer heavy losses, if he could catch Empyrean Primordius and swallow his mortal body, then he could restore a bit of his lost essence, energy and blood vitality, restoring himself that much faster. But just as he was about to kill Empyrean Primordius, his body shook. The smile on his face froze. Killing intent. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes widened. He swiveled to look towards the Ark of Hope. At this time, the Ark of Hope had fallen utterly silent. Its protective shield had disappeared, and now it was only relying on the tough defenses of his hull to continue onwards. This was because all the power within the Ark of Hope was gathering into the Ahura Primal God cannon, and it could no longer maintain its protective shield. On the bow of the Ark of Hope, the Ahura Primal God cannon began to shake. Rumbling filled the air like countless texts being recited in unison. In that incomparably ancient and profound cannon barrel, a terrifying strength that could crush billions of miles of space began to condense, turning into a blinding light. This light became increasingly glorious and magnificent like a supernova. But strangely, there was no sound. As if the terrifying power of the Ahura Primal God cannon could swallow all sound in the world. In that moment, the heavens and earth fell silent. All that existed in everyone's field of view was a vast white light that swallowed everything as it swept towards the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Humph! The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign coldly snorted. He had withstood 3 Ahura decrees, beyond divinity-level treasures that represented the will of the Ahura Roadmaster. Even then he had only suffered heavy damage. So, this Ahura Primal God cannon that was operated by a pack of Empyreans was nothing at all. You want to save Primordius? Dream on! The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign contemptuously sneered. Instead of hurting 10 fingers, he would rather break off one instead. Even if he had to be injured again, he would still kill Empyrean Primordius first to prevent all future troubles. Whoosh! Within Famine's body, the bone dragon that had transformed into a blood-red lance continued to pierce toward Primordius without slowing. Pang! Empyrean Primordius' tattered bone armor was directly pierced through. Blood shot out. Empyrean Primordius shook. He looked blankly on as a large and massive bone spear thrust through his chest, bringing with it a giant deluge of blood. But even now, within Empyrean Primordius' eyes there was no sorrow, no anger, and no regret. What he had was a firm resolution. Within his heart was a faint brilliance, one that he could sense Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's aura from. During his final twilight, that pale and light soul force continued to accompany him at his side, leaving him forever enchanted and at peace. When he broke into Famine's body, his goal was not to destroy it. He was well aware that with his own strength, it would be impossible to sever Famine's life force. The reason he desperately rushed into Famine, ignoring the corrosion of his bone armor and ignoring the terrifying pressure from the walls of flesh around him, was all in order to penetrate as deep as he could. Then, he could detonate himself from within. Gather all of his life force, combust his soul, burn his energy, in his life, a move that could only be used once, the strongest and most glorious final attack. What? This attack. Seeing the Ahura Primal God cannon's blast shoot towards him, the originally contemptuous Good Fortune Saint Sovereign suddenly changed his complexion. From this terrifying energy he could feel a soul-destroying aura. And, what was most terrifying was that this energy had locked onto the singular weak point within Famine's body. In other words, the spirit mark which the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had left in Famine. Famine's soul had been sealed away by Empyrean Divine Seal. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had used the Grandness Spirit Bead to extract the flesh and blood essence from Famine and fuse it into his own body. This was the method he used to establish a connection with Famine. The reason he was able to control Famine's body was because he had left his own spirit mark within it. The place of this spirit mark was not too far away from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's main body. Lin Ming had poured his soul force into the magic cube, using the magic cube to search until he finally found this singular point. The all-out cannon blast was aimed towards this area. Once it was erased, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would lose control of Famine. There was nothing that was truly invincible. How is this possible? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was shocked beyond compare. Famine had such a massive body that it was impossible for it to be a coincidence for the enemy to strike solely this point. But, who was it that had discovered the location of the spirit mark? Humph! The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's expression turned fierce and hideous. With several loud popping sounds, all around him dozens of red bone dragons had appeared. These red bone dragons swirled in front of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, ready to intercept the cannon blast. Famine's mortal body was extremely formidable. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was fully confident that with these dozens of red bone dragons intercepting the strike, even if the ancient races had discovered his weakness, they still couldn't do anything with it. But at this time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion changed once more. Deep within Famine, he could feel a power brewing like a volcano. "Primordius, have you gone insane?" The good fortune Saint Sovereign was panic-stricken. The point that this terrifying strength was gathering towards was where Empyrean Primordius was. At this time, Empyrean Primordius' body had swelled up. His blood vitality and divine soul were being burned to the extreme. Within his pupils there was a complex interweaving of freedom and resolve. In front of him, a faint soul force condensed, manifesting into the vague phantom of Heavenly Empress Xianqing. Heavenly Empress Xianqing gazed at Empyrean Primordius, her eyes filled with a soft and gentle love. One was a towering abyssal demon and the other was a soul goddess with no physical body. Both of them hugged each other, and yet this didn't seem out of place at all. Rather, it seemed to be the most beautiful image in existence. Empyrean Primordius' body was completely soaked in a blinding divine light, like the last flash before a star exploded. A horrifying strength erupted. At this time, Empyrean Primordius had the strength of a true divinity and he had the seized body of an abyssal. Once he detonated himself, the power behind the explosion could be imagined. Moreover, he was deep within Famine and had aimed at the brief moment when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was at his weakest. "Damn it all!" the good fortune Saint Sovereign roared. But he could not stop Empyrean Primordius. Bang! A world-shaking explosion occurred, blasting through Famine's body. From the side of Famine, the terrifying explosion burst through his body and swept through space, bringing with it endless pieces of flesh and blood. The titanic energy storm that Empyrean Primordius began to tear apart everything in the void around it. Even the surrounding enchantment of supernatural power was struck by this dreadful strength, instantly blowing up into pieces. The nearby Saint Empyreans all fled. But many world kings and holy lords were sucked in, all of them dying miserable deaths. Empyrean Primordius' self-detonation had blown open a gaping wound in Famine. And at the same time, the Azura Primal God Cannon's energy blast also struck the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It aimed straight towards the spirit mark that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had left in Famine. Ca. A divine light melted away all. A horrifying energy beam completely swallowed the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Chapter 1915, True Divinity Mark. Divine light cut through the cosmos. A terrifying storm of energy swallowed all, causing space to collapse in a range of 1,000,000 miles. Space storms recklessly rushed out, swallowing everything, twisting apart even planets. The massive energy vortex swallowed almost half of Famine's planet-sized body. As for the good fortune Saint Sovereign, it was like someone had thrown acid on him, making his entire body begin to rapidly melt away. The divine light swept through all, even covering light rays in sound waves. All strength was swallowed within. Several Saint Race spirit ships were caught in this energy vortex and destroyed, immediately disintegrated. The numerous Saint Lords, Holy Lords, and even world kings on board were annihilated without even bones remaining. As for the Saint Race Empyreans, they all began to run away lest they were also affected. The entire primeval universe seemed to have been severed in half by this divine sword, leaving a terrifying white scar through space. The middle of this white scar was an absolute death zone. Any spirit ships, world kings, or Empyreans that fell in would vanish without a trace. Ho! From deep within this giant vortex a dreadful demonic roar transmitted outwards, like 10,000 god beasts howling out together. Giant sonic waves and space storms mixed into the vortex of energy, tearing apart all. This was the cry of Famine. It was clear that it was suffering agonizing pain. Do we still have energy reserves? Daiwahan shouted out within the Ark of Hope. The battle had yet to end. Whether it was the Ark of Hope or the martial artists within it, they had all used a tremendous amount of energy and could be described as lamps that had used up all their oil. There isn't much left, Smokeless said, sweat dripping down her forehead. Because many of the Empyreans had used up their strength, Smokeless had also stepped forwards to contribute her power. And at this time, standing beside Smokeless, Lin Ming's face was pale white. Sweat streamed down his face, and within his pupils the image of a gray cube flashed in and out of existence, appearing and then hiding again. But this time, no one had the energy to notice the phenomenon occurring within Lin Ming's eyes. I've used up too much energy. Lin Ming slumped onto the table before him, taking great heaving gasps of air. Just now, Lin Ming had used the Devakaidao Palace in conjunction with the Divine Soul Tool, the Magic Cube. With this, he had barely been able to locate the spirit mark point that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had placed within Famine. In the cannon blast just now, out of all the martial artists in the Ark of Hope, the one who had exhausted himself the most was undoubtedly Lin Ming. Lin Ming, are you okay? Several Empyreans asked with concern. Lin Ming dismissively waved his hand and struggled to say, "We must leave as soon as possible. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign isn't dead." Lin Ming had used the magic cube to locate the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark and was thus extremely sensitive to this spirit mark's existence. He knew that in the strike just now, he hadn't been able to erase the spirit mark. After the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign fused with Famine's body, their life force was just too terrifying. Even the Azura Primal God Cannon that was powered by numerous Empyreans, and then added on with the implosion of Empyrean Primordius deep within Famine, still wasn't able to defeat them. As the ancient remnant races heard Lin Ming's words, they felt as if their hearts were dropped in ice. In truth, they had already prepared themselves for failure. After all, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was too strong. But after seeing that strike just now and the incredible explosion that lit up the universe, a faint and wild hope had still existed in their hearts. However, even that faint ray of hope had disappeared, making it hard for them to accept. The Celestial Patriarch, the Old God Sovereign, Empyrean Primordius, Heavenly Empress Shenqing, peerless powerhouses had burnt their lives one after another to fight, but in the end they only managed to severely wound the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. "Not yet, it's not over yet, we're breaking out of here," Tubague shouted. He desperately poured all of his power of divinity into the Ark of Hope's Grand Array formation, and the other Empyreans followed suit. Now that they had already reached their limits, they had to overdraw their life in order to do this. And at this time, from where Famine was covered by the energy storm, a thick red dragon tentacle pierced out of that horrifying black vortex, striking towards the Ark of Hope. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had begun his attack once more. It was only that this red dragon tentacle was dripping with blood, it had clearly suffered tremendous damage. "I will kill you all." This hatred-filled curse resounded through the cosmos. Seeing the red dragon tentacle shoot towards them, the expressions of the ancient race Empyreans all changed. They knew that once they were tied down by this red dragon tentacle, they were all finished. This was because there were still many Empyreans within the Saint Army. Due to that fearful explosion just now, the Empyreans had all scattered and fled as far as they could. They were flesh and blood unlike the Ark of Hope and couldn't withstand the shockwaves from such a terrifying energy storm. But currently, the energy storm was weakening and those Empyreans that ran away were rapidly returning. If they were encircled, then the Ark of Hope would never be able to escape. "Explode for me." As everything hung by a single thread, Tubague suddenly thrust out a withered yellow god decree. The 3 Azura decrees had already been used. What Tubague held in his hand was one left behind by an upper true divinity. After being repaired by Lin Ming, the might within it had been restored to its past state. In the hands of the ancient races it was a formidable weapon only inferior to the Azura decrees. Bang! The god decree blasted through space and a powerful shockwave blew away the dragon tentacle. At the same time, the Ark of Hope was pushed away by the impact of the shockwave and went tumbling backwards like a meteor. Rush out! Daiwahan had already recklessly burned his blood essence. The other Empyreans were also pouring every drop of energy they had into the Ark of Hope's array formation. Energy roiled and raged, and the Ark of Hope violently trembled. It shot forwards like a beam of white light. Whoosh! An incredible impulse force erupted. After being pushed forwards by this tremendous propulsion, the Ark of Hope turned into a divine beam of light that instantly passed 1,000,000 miles through the void, shooting deep into the universe. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's force field blockade had already been broken in that explosion just now. For a time, the Ark of Hope was like a fish swimming through the sea, a bird flying through the air, an unstoppable force. In terms of speed alone, the Ark of Hope surpassed the Saint Empyreans by far. Even if it were the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign who had fused with Famine, because Famine's body was too large, it would be hard for him to pursue the Ark of Hope. Moreover, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had already sustained heavy wounds. In this battle he had experienced severe injuries. Ever since the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign became an extreme Empyrean, he had never once suffered wounds like he had today. Damn it! Space was torn apart and blood tentacles stretched out. Famine's giant body forcefully pushed out from the collapsing spatial vortex. Over half of its flesh had melted away. From afar, it resembled an apple that had many bites taken out of it, completely rotten. Blood gushed out all over Famine's body like numerous erupting volcanoes. The space around it was covered in red mist. Lin Ming, ancient remnant races, I will kill you all myself. Famine's losses were deep, and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's main body was also dripping with blood. Frightening wounds were left all over him, and the flesh and blood there wriggled as if vicious beasts would pop out. If he wanted to recover, he would need an extremely long period of time. Your Majesty Saint Sovereign! In front of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, many Empyreans fell to their knees. These Empyreans were all filled with fear. This fight had taken a sudden unfavorable turn, and they were all more or less related to this outcome. They were scared that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would blame them all for this in a fit of anger. Just what are you dawdling here for? Chase them! The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's face darkened. He never imagined that in his first battle ever since he subdued Famine, facing a group of people that were in his eyes nothing more than ants, he would actually be reduced to such a state. Not only had he been severely wounded, but he had allowed Lin Ming and the ancient remnant races to escape. This was a disastrous defeat. The Saint Empyreans all looked at each other in blank dismay. They had already seen the terrifying speed that the Ark of Hope had fled with after the force field blockade had been shattered. That wasn't a speed they could overtake at all. In the large universes of the 33 heavens, once they lost the Ark of Hope and wanted to chase after them, that was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Wasn't that easier said than done? The exception was if they were a true divinity that could search a world with their divine sense. Only then would they have a chance of catching up. But now, they didn't even know which direction to go in. Take this. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign waved his arms, and several crimson jade slips flew out into the hands of the peak Empyreans present. As they received these jade slips, they were slightly stunned. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign gloomily said, I have left behind my tracking mark on their spirit ship. If you use these jade slips, you will naturally be able to find them. They are nothing but a completely exhausted group of people. Catch them and bring them back, I do not care who has to die in the process. During that final attack, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had already realized that it was unlikely for him to be able to hold the ancient races from escaping. Thus, after that attack, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't try too hard to hold back the Ark of Hope, but had instead left behind a tracking mark on the spirit ship. Chapter 1916, The Lurking Danger. A true divinity tracking mark was extremely difficult to erase. At the Fallen God Mountain range, when Lin Ming was grasping the principles atop the shrine platforms there, he had been marked by the great Brahmic God King. If it weren't for Shang Mei arriving right on time, then Lin Ming's situation would have been dire indeed. The Saint Race Empyreans took these crimson jade slips and probed them with their divine sense. They could faintly feel the direction of the Ark of Hope in their minds. It was a small yet brilliant mote of light that was speeding away at an unbelievable speed, rapidly increasing the distance from them. There it is! The Saint Race Empyreans' eyes lit up. From just this alone, they dreaded the good fortune Saint Sovereign. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign was severely wounded and his spirit mark was being attacked by the Azura primal god Cannon and was nearly erased, he had still managed to return a strike and leave a tracking mark on the Ark of Hope. This level of ability was extraordinary. 90% of the Empyreans rushed away, chasing after the Ark of Hope. As for the remaining Saint Race powerhouses that were dispersed all over, they completely sealed away this part of the universe. Soon, in that battlefield that had been filled with intense and brutal fighting, there was only the good fortune Saint Sovereign left behind with the wounded body of Famine. In the dark starry space, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion was dim, no one could know what he was thinking. He remained silent for a long time, quietly assessing all the wounded areas within Famine's body. He frowned. He had been injured far too heavily. He would need to return to recover from this, and the healing period would be extremely long. Slowly, the good fortune Saint Sovereign stretched out his right hand. In his palm a black bead slowly revolved. Numerous mystical patterns ran across the surface of this bead, beating like blood vessels. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sovereign sucked in a deep breath of air. A thick smell of blood dissipated from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, entering the Saint Sovereign and Famine's body slowly. He was healing his wounds with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was able to absorb blood vitality and essence. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had spent a long period of time venturing all over to find flesh and blood essence to nourish the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Now, he released part of this flesh and blood essence in order to enhance the recovery speed of himself and Famine. Famine itself already possessed an incredible life force and a mind-boggling defensive power. Even though it had suffered strike after devastating strike, it was only injured, not yet dead. But correspondingly, once Famine was wounded, recovering from these wounds was difficult. The loss in life force was far too great. No matter what sort of heavenly materials were tossed into Famine, it was like throwing a grain of rice into a field, there just wasn't any noticeable effect. So even with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it would be a monumental task for the good fortune Saint Sovereign to completely restore Famine. The good fortune Saint Sovereign constantly absorbed flesh and blood essence from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. This process continued for 2 hours. After that, the light from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead became increasingly dense and bright as it surrounded the good fortune Saint Sovereign's main body. Then, the good fortune Saint Sovereign separated himself from Famine and flew into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. After that, the bead slowly sank into Famine's body, burying itself deep within the monster's flesh. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead sank deeper and deeper, falling inwards for over 1,000 miles until it reached the center of Famine's body, where it soaked itself in a massive pond of blood. This was the center of Famine. It was an area similar to a giant heart. Every time it beat, the sound was like colliding planets, base enough to cause space to shake. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's secret escape route. Although he seemed like an unparalleled existence in the world, undefeatable by anyone, the truth was that there were existences within the 33 heavens that could threaten his life. For instance, the Soul Emperor. The good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor had formed a devil's contract with each other. For a long period of time, neither party would aggress against the other. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign would never believe any contract. He hid himself in the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and used it to protect himself, only exposing Famine's body on the outside. During the healing period, he would be extremely frail and weak. If a peak powerhouse of the 33 heavens wanted to take this chance to strike out against him, they would first need to break open Famen's body and obtain the Grandness Spirit Bead in order to find the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's true body. If this were to occur, then the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign could detonate all the life force energy within Famen's body. The might from such an action could be imagined. If this were to happen, even a true divinity would instantly perish. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign sank into Famen's body, a massive black vortex appeared beneath it. Then, Famen's massive body slowly fell into this vortex, sinking into the dark chaos before it vanished from sight. Following that, space restored itself and Famen completely disappeared. Spatial ripples spread out before calming down, as if nothing had happened here. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had taken Famen and vanished together. Meanwhile, deep in space, a white spirit ship was rapidly racing along. The Ark of Hope had escaped into the vastness of space and had activated the Great Void Shift. Every use of the Great Void Shift crossed 1 billion trillion miles, spanning innumerable celestial bodies as it raced through the universe. Within the Ark of Hope, Daiwahan and Tobague had assumed command. They had taken over the position of the old God Sovereign and were managing the escape. Now, the two of them had become the pillars of everyone's minds and hearts. In that previous great battle, they had lost the leaders of their two greatest ancient races. Not just that, but numerous respected elders and legendary figures had sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even so, none of them had time to mope over the past. They were still being hunted, and the dangers had yet to end. The spirit ship's atmosphere was tense and solemn. For all these years, the martial artists of the ancient remnant races had gone on war campaigns without end and were used to their friends and companions dying. Martial artists may stand arrogantly above all of existence, wielding everything in the universe and defying the will of the heavens, but the truth was that once they died, they often didn't even have bones left over. There would be nothing left of them but ash and smoke that faded away in the world. Everyone, take this chance to restore your wounds as much as possible, Daiwahan loudly proclaimed. Once the Ark of Hope was able to fly away at full speed, the amount of energy it used would be far less. Now, there was less than 10% remaining in the Ark of Hope's energy reserves. While it wasn't enough to operate the protective shield, it was sufficient to fly to the divine realm. The Empyreans all swallowed down pills and sat in meditation. But at this time, Lin Ming's expression was still stern. He thought for a moment and then said, "Everyone, I have a foreboding feeling." Many people looked towards Lin Ming. These casual words had no reasoning behind them, but was only a simple foreboding feeling that many people felt all the time. It normally shouldn't have been enough to arouse anyone's interest, but since the one speaking was Lin Ming, that was a completely different scenario. "What is it?" Smokeless stopped her meditation and looked to Lin Ming. She had consumed far too much strength and her face was paper white, making one feel pity for her. "I can't say for certain, but I feel that no matter how many times we activated Great Void Shifts, we still never left the perception range of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign." Lin Ming's words caused the martial artists present to be stunned. They all glanced at each, looks of fear and unease on their faces. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was far too terrifying an existence, one that they found hard to summon the courage to fight against. If it was true that they still hadn't escaped the scope of his detection, how could they not be scared? "Why do you have this feeling?" A true divinity's divine sense can search a universe, but the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign has been severely injured, so he shouldn't have this ability. Tobague's complexion was ugly. Someone like the great Brahmic God King could use his great supernatural power to search the world, but doing so required an incredible amount of energy. For the current Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, doing this would be difficult to accomplish. Lin Ming continued, "When I used the Azura Primal God Cannon to strike at the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark, I became familiar with his soul force." What he said was a half-truth. When Lin Ming had opened the Davik Idao Palace to use the magic cube to capture the location of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark in Famen, he had been able to feel the unique soul signature of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. So, even if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's divine sense was mixed into many others, Lin Ming could still pick it out. Now, he felt a strange mental strength linger around them. It was extremely weak, but hadn't left. If it wasn't for the magic cube and Davik Idao Palace, Lin Ming would never have sensed this. Is that so? Daiwa Hen took a deep breath. He could feel the situation devolving further and further. If we must go to the divine realm, then we must pass through one of the saints' heavens. If we really have been locked on by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, then our journey will be bitter indeed. If they followed the original plan, then the ancient remnant races would use the Azura decree obtained from the Azura Forbidden Land to cross the God-lamenting wall and directly enter the divine realm. Such a journey was short, but unfortunately, although this special Azura decree could pierce through the God-lamenting wall, it still required a peak Empyrean to consume an enormous amount of energy to activate. The many peak Empyreans on the Ark of Hope had already pushed themselves to the point of exhaustion. If they didn't rest to restore their strength, it would be impossible for them to activate the Azura decree. So, they could only take the risks and pass through one of the saints' heavens. Chapter 1917, Return, A. The primeval universe was one of the 33 heavens. It was an incomparably vast space, but the Ark of Hope only used several days to quickly reach its end. As long as they could pass through the God-lamenting wall here, the other side would be one of the saints' universes. Currently, the ancient remnant races were racing against death. This was because even if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had managed to lock onto their position, it would still take time to pass on the information. As long as the ancient remnant races could arrive at the divine realm before the armies of the saints intercepted them, then it would be their victory. Break through! Daiwa Hen ordered without hesitation. Within the void, the Ark of Hope accelerated without end, turning into a beam of divine light that crossed millions of miles instantly, directly impacting into the God-lamenting wall. Because of the great calamity from 3.6 billion years ago, the God-lamenting wall separating the primeval universe and the saints' universe had become extremely weak, nearly disappearing. If a peak Empyrean were to strike it, piercing a hole through the God-lamenting wall wouldn't be difficult at all. And the Ark of Hope's full-speed impact was even beyond the all-out strike of a peak Empyrean. Whoosh! The Ark of Hope collided with the God of Lamenting. It was like an arrow shooting into an elastic curtain. The God-lamenting wall stretched forwards, forming a massive cone on the other side. The Ark of Hope quickly slowed down. The God-lamenting wall violently shook. Finally, the wall tore open and the Ark of Hope succeeded in passing into the saints' universe from the primeval universe. The moment that they passed through the God-lamenting wall, the ancient race powerhouses all felt their hearts gripped and went on full alert. They were afraid that behind the God-lamenting wall, all that awaited them was the trap of the saint race. But at this time, in this unknown saint race universe, all that existed was quiet space. Stars shined in the far-off distance without the shadow of anyone present. Everything was peaceful to the point of being eerie. A restless feeling swelled within Daiwa Hen's heart. But now was not the time to hesitate. He loudly proclaimed, "Full speed ahead." The primal god race was currently a worn-out force filled with nothing but tired soldiers. But the Ark of Hope didn't slow down in the least. It passed through space, rapidly activating the Great Void Shift. Time and time again, the Ark of Hope crossed through this saint race universe. The ancient races had a magnificent and gloriously long history. They possessed a star chart of the 33 heavens, a grand map that broadly described the universes of the 33 heavens. It also marked where the universes of the 33 heavens connected with each other and the main races that dwelled within them. Although this star chart's information was vague, it had an inestimable function for this moment. It could show them the general direction to take, otherwise the ancient races wouldn't know just where to go to find the divine realm. Tobagwe looked at the star chart and said, "The universe we're at is called Saint Strife Heaven." Its size is 70% that of the primeval universe, and within the Saint's 7 heavens, it is one with a relatively low number of masters and is comparatively lacking in resources. According to what we know, this Saint Strife heaven is one of the safer heavens, and there are no true divinities here. There is a chance we can simply pass directly through and safely arrive at the divine realm. Even for a true divinity, wanting to travel through the universe to catch up would require time. Even if the good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to send out news of their arrival, it would still require time. Their successful escape wasn't a hopeless prospect by any means. Moreover, according to information obtained by the primal god race, the true divinities of the Saint race were in a heated struggle against each other. This was because the situation involved ownership of all the resources within the primeval realm ruins. Amongst the Saint race true divinities, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was the strongest. He had established the largest influence of the Saint race and became the Saint Sovereign of the Saint race, commanding all 7 heavens of the Saints. He wrested away almost 80% of the Saint race's total resources, including the primeval realm ruins and the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Finally, he even managed to subdue Famine's body, making that soulless body into his avatar. All advantages were taken by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. In this situation, the other true divinities were certainly discontent. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had launched a great war focused on the primal god race. This war was to plunder the resources of the primeval ruins, and most of these resources would be taken by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. As for the war against the divine realm, this was also because of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's ambitions. The other Saint race true divinities weren't necessarily willing to serve as the good fortune Saint Sovereign's spear. Amongst all the bad news, this was the only piece of good news. As they continued passing through space, Daiwahan looked at the star chart, beads of sweat seeping out of his forehead. 3 more great void shifts and we should arrive at the God-lamenting wall beside the divine realm. There we will be able to pass through the God-lamenting wall and enter the divine realm, Daiwahan said. But as he spoke, his complexion suddenly changed. In that moment he could feel the arc of hope suddenly slow down as if it had fallen into a swamp. What's happening? Tobague's complexion also changed. He could feel that the arc of hope had entered a giant force field. The surrounding space was sealed. Bang! The grand hall housing the Ark of Hope's array formation suddenly shook like an earthquake passed through it. The martial artists managing the array formation were shaken off their positions. Everyone was left panic-stricken. They looked out the porthole to see dozens of spirit ships before them. They had already been waiting there and had activated their array formations. The Ark of Hope was a little fly that had landed on a spider's web, unable to move. And to create an array formation that could intercept the Ark of Hope, the strength of their opponents could be imagined. Saint race spirit ships. Daiwahan sucked in a breath of cold air. They had been ambushed. How could they be so quick? A roaring bone race Empyrean clenched his fists, his voice filled with unwillingness. They were already so close to the divine realm. Just a little bit more and they would have been able to flee the Saint Strife heaven. But now, all of their plans had fallen short. From the time that we escaped until now, only several days have passed. During the days we spent traveling through 2 universes of the 33 heavens, we did so entirely within the Ark of Hope. It would be impossible for anyone to be faster than us. And logically speaking, even if our location was traced, there shouldn't have been anyone here who could have caught up and still had enough time to lay down these array formations. These people should have been transferred here from the divine realm. In a quiet corner, Lin Ming suddenly spoke up. Although his voice was calm and composed, his words couldn't hide their tinge of weakness. In that battle against the good fortune Saint Sovereign, Lin Ming had used up far too much energy. He had almost combusted his soul and had been forced to overdraw his mind and soul force. Transferred from the divine realm, huh? Tobague muttered out loud. Lin Ming's explanation was the most reasonable possibility. The Saint races controlled 7 heavens, but in the end they still relied on Empyrean-level spirit ships to travel. If they wanted to cross through a universe of the 33 heavens, it would still require 1 or 2 months. In a short several days, wanting to summon so many martial artists to this area of a universe was easier said than done, much less not all Empyreans were commanded by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, if the martial artists that were sent to the divine realm were ordered to return and intercept the Ark of Hope, then that would be far easier. Ancient remnant races, I've been waiting for you for far too long. In the void, a loud and grand voice echoed outwards. A red-robed middle-aged man slowly flew out from the middle of the Saint race forces. A faint smile hung on his face and he wore battle armor over his robes. His cultivation was at the peak Empyrean realm. His eyes were like lightning. He casually swept over the Ark of Hope's array formation and could see that its energy reserves were now down to 5%. Although this was still a beyond divinity level spirit treasure, it was impossible for its true potential to be displayed. The background of these ancient remnant races is indeed deep. To think they could get their hands on such a supreme treasure. What a pity for them, but all of this will belong to the saints. The armored man diabolically grinned. Killing the ancient races and capturing Lin Ming alive, this would be a monumental merit. His fame and prestige amongst the saints would skyrocket, and he would also obtain rich rewards from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. At this time, behind the middle-aged man, space began to distort with ripples. One after another, Saint race Empyreans appeared, their figures slowly appearing as they broke through space. Their cultivations were amazing and their blood vitality was overwhelming. As they stood in space, they were like planets blocking the world. Among them there were several individuals that emanated an aura as deep as an abyss, as if they were unfathomable beings. These were also peak Empyreans, not much worse than the armored Empyrean who first appeared. The ancient race powerhouses within the Ark of Hope all had grim expressions. They could feel a great crisis and pressure pushing down on them. They had fled the tiger's den just to enter the wolf's lair. And it just so happened that they had used up nearly all of their strength in order to escape the primeval universe. Moreover, they only had 2 peak Empyreans left in Tabague and Daiwahan. What capital did they have to fight with these Saint Empyreans in front of them? Must the heavens destroy my people? Daiwahan clenched his fists so hard that his hands shivered. The old god sovereign had sacrificed himself, handing the future of their people to him. But, in the end, this was all that resulted. Damn! Daiwahan's nails dug so deep into his palms that blood began dripping. At this time, the ancient race Empyreans began moving forwards, standing behind Daiwahan. They faced the porthole and saw this force of Saint Empyreans that was 10 times stronger and had been biding their time here. For a time, a tragic desolateness spread in their hearts. They were well aware that in this following battle, it was likely they would all be annihilated. Chapter 1918, Return, B. Seal the array and block them in, don't give them a single crevice to escape from. In space, dozens of Saint Empyreans assembled together. In addition, there were many ordinary world kings and great world kings. These world kings and even more holy lords gathered on spirit ships that were able to combine all of their strength. They brought their energies together to reinforce the massive array net, sealing off all directions of escape for the Ark of Hope. With its nearly depleted energy reserves, the Ark of Hope simply didn't have any chances of breaking through. In the Ark of Hope, all of the ancient race Empyreans were solemn and quiet. In the face of death, no one felt fear. Instead, they silently waited for the final great battle. The Azura Primal God Cannon, can we still use it? Daiwahan looked at Lin Ming. As he saw Lin Ming's pale face, Daiwahan couldn't bear to say these words. He knew that Lin Ming had consumed far too much strength. Lin Ming fell deep in thought. To open the Azura Primal God Cannon with the ancient race Empyreans in their current conditions as well as using the remaining energy reserves of the Ark of Hope, he feared that even if he recklessly burned his soul he still wouldn't be able to activate it. Even if they somehow managed to operate the God Cannon, the blast would only be able to kill several Saint race Empyreans, it wouldn't be able to change the momentum of the battle. They had been forced into a dead end. Looking out of the porthole, every inch of Lin Ming's flesh and blood and bone shivered in pain, on the verge of collapse. In the primeval universe, he had banded together with the numerous ancient race powerhouses, undergoing many hardships together. They had sacrificed themselves in order to heavily wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign and find a chance of salvation somewhere in the dark. Yet, was everything going to end here? Just a single step away. If they could return to the divine realm, they would be able to find humanity, find life. I understand. Daiwa Hen grimly nodded. If that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Perhaps we cannot protect the bloodlines of the ancient remnant races, but at the least we can protect our glory. Perhaps we cannot change the flow of history, but at the least we will use our blood to carve our names in the river of history. As Daiwa Hen spoke, a blazing fighting spirit lit up in the hearts of the ancient race martial artists. Us ancient race martial artists, since when did we fear death? I would rather die with honor than live undishonorably. The ancient race martial artists all strengthened their resolves. And at this time, outside of the Ark of Hope, the Saint Race army also began to move. Everyone, this battle is of the utmost importance. Even if success is assured, we cannot underestimate them. Attack together and make sure not a single one of them escapes. The one speaking was a Saint Empyrean wearing a gold crown. His expression was cold and ruthless, his eyes shining with killing intent. Activate the Grand Array and destroy that spirit ship's protective shield. The red-robed Saint Empyrean waved his hand. He was the High Commander of the Saint Race army assigned to invade the divine realm. The military seal was in his possession and his title was the Saint General, given supreme authority over this army. He had long received a warning from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This pack of powerhouses that had fled the primeval universe didn't have much strength left, they would collapse at the first blow. Their only hope was that mysterious spirit ship. But at this moment the spirit ship's protective shield was nearly non-existent. It wouldn't be able to last much longer. As the red-robed Saint Empyrean's voice fell, several peak Empyreans suddenly took the initiative, their bodies becoming dim. Divine lights from all sorts of astral essence surged within the void, rapidly expanding into a sea of gold. In an instant, all of the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding space for millions of miles was swallowed up. The Saint Race Empyrean's attacks were as dazzling as stars. Countless star-like runes came smashing downwards, colliding with the Ark of Hope. In that heaven-shaking explosion, the Ark of Hope was like a tiny boat in a raging storm, sent tumbling around in the waves. Within the Ark of Hope, the collision from the energy palm strikes of the Saint Empyreans caused everyone within to stumble about. Several exhausted Empyreans nearly toppled over. Lin Ming violently shook, only managing to stabilize himself after some time. The several Empyreans driving the Ark of Hope were deathly pale. They were all anxious as they stared at the protective shield outside the spirit ship. That strike just now was the joint attack of dozens of Empyreans, and the power behind it approached that of a true divinity. The Ark of Hope's protective shield wouldn't be able to withstand several more strikes. After their protective shield shattered, they would have to engage the Saint Race Empyreans in a battle to the death. If we have any remaining God decrees, then use them all, Daiwa Hen decisively said as he looked towards the starry space outside. The ancient race's Azura decrees and upper true divinity God decrees had all been used up. All that remained were relatively ordinary God decrees. Although they were weaker, they were now the last attack methods the ancient races had. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the void, the gold-crowned Saint Empyrean flourished his hands. A wave of attacks roiled towards the Ark of Hope, smashing into it. And beside him, the Saint General moved his hands in a circle, gathering an incredibly vast amount of strength. Large arcs of electricity appeared like thunder dragons. It was clear that out of all the Saint Empyreans present, these two were the strongest. Beneath the terrifying barrage of attacks from these two people, the Ark of Hope's energy reserves began to run dry. Further out in space, numerous Saint Empyreans coldly sneered, their contemptuous eyes locked onto the Ark of Hope. The moment that the Ark of Hope's protective shield shattered, they could directly break into the spirit ship and slaughter the ancient race martial artists within. But at this time, a strange humming sound rang through the air. An overwhelming light flowed through space like a river of mercury, covering the space before them. This light contained an incredibly spiritual divine aura. It shook the void, causing the heart to shake. As it appeared, massive tracts of space were directly pierced through. It hurtled forwards like a tsunami, annihilating everything in its path. Feeling this heart-racing divine aura, the red-robed Empyrean and the gold-crowned Empyrean both rapidly drew back. But there was still a Saint Empyrean that couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by this golden light. "Nah yo!" The gold-crowned Empyrean shouted out. The Empyrean who was swallowed by that light was his friend. But now that he wasn't able to escape in time, his body had disintegrated away without even his bones remaining. Damn it! The gold-crowned Empyrean's eyes lit up with a fierce murderous intent. God decree? These Empyreans had already obtained information about the ancient remnant races. They knew that the God decrees were left behind by true divinities of the past, and their might was immeasurable. Even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to withstand them. Humph, spread out. I want to see just how many God decrees you have. The red-robed saint narrowed his eyes as he issued this order. In any case, these refugees from the primeval universe were already caged into the inescapable array formation net. No matter what they tried, they wouldn't be able to escape. And since those within the Ark of Hope still had God decrees, it would be safer to just be a bit more careful and slowly consume them. At this time, the atmosphere within the Ark of Hope was dignified. The remaining God decrees were relatively weak and there were currently only 4 remaining. That single strike just now used up 2 other God decrees, and yet they only managed to kill a middle Empyrean. There just wasn't any meaning to that. And if the Saint army were to scatter, then the effects of the God decrees would diminish even more. Using them again would be a waste. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Outside the spirit ship, the terrifying barrage rung against their protective shield like the merciless knell of a death god. Many array formation runes had collapsed and broken apart beneath the waves of impact. The ancient race Empyreans could already hear the sound of the protective shield breaking apart. Their hearts tightened. This was because they knew that the time to rush outside and kill until they themselves were killed was finally about to arrive. Daiwahan and Tobagui each grasped 2 of the remaining 4 God decrees. They locked onto a target, the red-robed Empyrean, the Saint General. They knew that in this situation, death was already certain. But what they wanted to do in the final moments before their deaths was to burn away their lives and detonate the God decrees, dragging this red-robed Saint General down to hell with them. If they could kill the red-robed Saint General, then that would also be an attack on the Saints. Bang! In the ongoing explosions, Daiwahan could hear the sound of the protective barrier breaking apart. He took a deep breath and tightly gripped his weapon. He was ready to hurtle into space and burn away every ounce of his life. But at this moment, behind Daiwahan, Lin Ming suddenly felt his mind shake. He looked outside the porthole with disbelief in his eyes. Wait, wait! Lin Ming suddenly shouted. Many ancient race Empyreans were startled, they didn't know just what Lin Ming had discovered. What is it? Daiwahan and Tobagui followed Lin Ming's gaze. But outside the porthole, all they could see was the vast deepness of space and nothing else. They were puzzled. They were all looking at the same area, but did Lin Ming see some favorable turn for them? Someone is coming. Lin Ming's complexion changed again and again, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. His senses could not compare with Daiwahan's or Tobagui's, but in that moment he had heard a voice that no one else could. This voice had come from Xian Maxian and the 1,000-mile Heartlink. Xiao Maxian had come. Not just that, but there was also the martial artists of humanity. However, just how had they chosen this time to arrive? Chapter 1919, Reunion. Bang! After being struck by the joint attack of the Saint Empyreans, the Ark of Hope was sent tumbling away. The protective shield covering the ship had been cracked open like an eggshell, with alarming fissures in the runes. Some of the energy from the Saint Empyreans' attacks was already able to pierce through the protective shield and crash into the Ark of Hope. Lin Ming, who did you say is coming? Daiwa Han grabbed Lin Ming's shoulder. In such a critical situation, he didn't know whether the people Lin Ming spoke of were friends or enemies. The Divine Realm, human martial artists. Lin Ming said. At this time, within his mind, the 1,000-mile heartlink was still reverberating with Xiao Maxian's worried voice. Divine Realm. Humans. The ancient race powerhouses were stunned upon hearing this. The Divine Realm was separated from the primeval universe by another heaven. Even if the great calamity descended and the God-lamenting wall became extremely weak, it would be difficult for their races to meet. Even so, the two races had just the tiniest connection between them. Empyrean Primordius was a human and Heavenly Empress Xianqing had died in the Divine Realm. Humanity was once a peak race of the 33 heavens, but after the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago their inheritances had been severed and their true divinities had died out. Even most of their Empyreans perished in the conflict and they had become a waning race. Just what would humanity of the present era be like? As the ancient race martial artists were stunned, there was a loud detonation as the Ark of Hope's protective shield finally shattered into pieces. In the midst of the terrifying attack, a beam of energy shot out, causing brilliant fireworks to light up the dark space. It's finally broken, had. The gold-crowned Empyrean and the Saint General both chuckled. They used their techniques, about to fatally strike down the many martial artists within the Ark of Hope. But at this time, Daiwa Han threw out two God decrees without a hint of hesitation. Whoosh! The God decrees cut through space like a divine arrow, exploding in the cosmos. They formed a dreadful shockwave that swept over 1,000,000 miles of space. The gold-crowned Empyrean savagely grinned. Using the same old tricks to delay for time, but you still won't be able to change your fate of annihilation. The gold-crowned Empyrean avoided the God Decree's energy storm and was about to attack once more. But at this time his complexion changed. He turned to see that behind him, just 10,000 miles away, ripple-like distortions began to appear in the pitch-black space. Within these ripples an exquisite white building slowly surfaced. This was a palace. This white jade palace seemed insignificant compared to the massive spatial ripples around it, like a leaf of jade floating in the water. But as the gold-crowned Empyrean looked at this white jade palace, he felt something bizarre and weird. Looking at this palace, he felt as if all of existence were unreal and this palace was slowly fluttering towards him from some distant dream. And following that, right behind this palace, spirit ships began to rush out en masse. These spirit ships were all massive constructions, each one emitting a vast and solemn atmosphere. And amidst these spirit ships there was a golden great Buddha. This golden great Buddha sat upon a lotus throne, its body 1,000 miles long, stabilizing the surrounding void. Rays of Buddhic light lingered around it, giving it a solemn and hallowed atmosphere. Buddhist chants hummed in the air, ignoring distances of space to resound in the ears of all like a great bell enlightening the mind, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Like this, the great Buddha flew forwards in space like a giant sun, dazzling to the eyes. Humanity. The High Commander of the Saint Race's Divine Realm Invasion Force, the red-robed Saint General, narrowed his eye as he saw those spirit ships. After preparing for war in the Divine Realm for so many years, he certainly recognized the influences of humanity. The White Jade Palace originated from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. As for the Golden Great Buddha, it was from the most glorious and storied human Empyrean Holy Land, Mount Potala. This was Mount Potala's supreme treasure for crossing through space. Humanity, these are human martial artists? Daiwa Han, Tobagwe, and the many other ancient race Empyreans had looks of surprise and disbelief twining together on their faces as they saw the forces of humanity arrive. They had heard that humanity had long been on the decline. In the minds of the primal god race, the entire divine realm might be far more populous than the primeval universe, but the number of genuine masters probably wasn't much higher. Thus, as they saw this sight before them today, all of them were filled with incredulity. Whether it was that white jade palace or that golden great Buddha, both gave off immeasurably deep feelings. From a misty sea of white light around the white jade palace, a white-clothed woman stepped forth from the void. Millions of hazy white silk ribbons hung from her body, enveloping her in a faint fog. She was a genius of peerless talent and grace. Looking at her was like looking at a goddess from a dream. Even though it was difficult to see her appearance, she actually gave off an inexplicable feeling, as if there was always a small voice in one's head informing a person that she was beautiful to the extreme. Her steps were calm and measured. She held a ribbon in her hand, as if she weren't here to slaughter her enemies but simply taking a leisurely walk through the park, enjoying the sights. Meanwhile, in the two eyes of the great golden Buddha, there were two men in kajiyas respectively sitting in the right eye and left eye. The one in the right eye was an enlightened old monk. He held a monk's staff, a kakura, in his hands, set horizontally above his lap. His eyes were closed as sutras were prayed from between his lips. And in the left eye was a young monk. His face was sharp and polished. He was an incredibly handsome individual and he wore a crown atop his head. His eyes were as bright as the moon and his lips were red like cinnabar. This young man wearing the kazia was one of humanity's most talented Empyreans, Emperor Sakya. And behind the great golden Buddha was a magnificently built bright red divine worship. Atop the bow of this worship, a tall old man wielding a great sword arrogantly stood there. He wore red robes and his aura was aggressive and unfathomably deep. In the negotiations between the saints and humanity, Lin Ming had once casually acquainted himself with this red-robed old man. He was a peak human Empyrean, Skyrend Godlord. The four human Empyreans lined up, creating an array in the void. They formed a wall of energy that emitted a dreadful pressure, shocking the cosmos. Even though both sides possessed peak Empyreans, the momentum of the saints was actually suppressed. In particular, Divine Dream and Emperor Sakya. One yin, one yang, the two of them together nearly reached the realm of true divinity. Empyrean Divine Dream, Senior Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, Skyrend Godlord. As Lin Ming saw these four people, he was ecstatic. He had left the divine realm for dozens of years and had experienced hurdles and dangers, disregarding his own safety, risking his life and suffering countless hardships all the while. He had already felt constrained for a long time. Now, when he was alone and without help, he saw the Empyreans of humanity arrive just in time. They are humanity's Empyreans? Daiwahan was shocked as he saw these people, especially Divine Dream and Emperor Sakya. In this great calamity, the saints' momentum had been overwhelming and unstoppable as they went to war in all directions, forcing other races to retreat again and again in defeat. Some held the belief that the ancient remnant races were in the twilight of their years, soon to perish, and humanity's destiny had already been exhausted. Although Daiwahan and Tobagui didn't wish to acknowledge this, they also faintly had this idea in their hearts. But as they saw the sight before them, they actually discovered that humanity possessed mind-boggling peerless geniuses. For contrast, even if the number one genius of the ancient remnant races, Smokeless, were to grow up, even she wouldn't compare to Divine Dream and Emperor Sakya. Big Brother Lin. Lin Ming felt his breath leave him the moment he heard this familiar voice. He followed it to see that not too far behind Empyrean Divine Dream there was a young woman dressed in black. She was slim and elegant with skin as bright as porcelain. Her body was covered in a faint black fog, and in the space around her, heaven and earth origin energy and starlight gathered, lingering about her. The black-clothed woman's belly was slightly raised. Exuding from it was a potent yet small life force. Even from such a distance, Lin Ming could feel that he shared the same roots as this life force. This black-clothed woman was Xiao Moxian. Currently she was looking towards the Ark of Hope with worry on her face. As for Lin Ming's flesh and blood growing within her stomach, it had already been gestating for a long time. This was because for those of a god-beast bloodline, breeding a small life required a tremendously long period of time. But, once the child was born, it would have a naturally gifted spiritual wisdom. Lin Ming's gaze pierced through the Ark of Hope's porthole and looked right to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian couldn't see Lin Ming, but she could clearly feel his existence. For a time, all sorts of feelings swelled up within his heart. He felt that he owed Xiao Moxian far too much. During this time, Lin Ming was unable to show himself as they were surrounded by the saints. Xiener, how did you know we were in a crisis? In the Ark of Hope, Lin Ming used the 1,000-mile heart link to speak to Xiao Moxian. A woman told us. She wore a black dress and was as ephemeral as fog. She showed us images of you struggling in the primeval universe. Although Empyrean Divine Dream was suspicious, she still quickly gathered the human elites to race here. Luckily, we managed to catch up in time. As Xian Moxian happily spoke, Lin Ming was stunned. A black-dressed woman as ephemeral as fog, could it be Soul Empress Shang Mei? Only she would know that he was bitterly engaged with the saints. Shang Mei, she saved us? Lin Ming didn't know what to feel. There were too many riddles concerning Shang Mei. Lin Ming looked towards Empyrean Divine Dream once more. He knew that for Divine Dream to act according to such uncertain news and gather the elites of humanity to rush here was actually an incredibly great risk. If this was a trap, then there was a chance they could all be annihilated. Even so, Empyrean Divine Dream had relied on her own instinct and judgment to make such a bold and decisive decision. And the reason she took such a risk was mostly to rescue Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt inexplicably moved. Empyrean Primordius, Heavenly Empress Shenqing, the Old God Sovereign, Divine Dream, even Empyrean Divine Seal from 3.6 billion years in the past, as well as the warriors of humanity and the ancient remnant races, all of these people were fighting beside him. He was not alone. In the void, the red-robed Saint General stepped forwards. He looked at Empyrean Divine Dream and sneered, "Divine Dream, hee. To think you would cross the God-lamenting wall to challenge us. Are you planning to officially declare war with my saint race?" Although the red-robed Saint General was the supreme commander of the saint race's divine realm invasion force, the truth was that they had never actually truly struck at the divine realm. Almost 100 years ago, the saints sent the good fortune Saint Sun to Mount Padala. There, the many Empyreans established a contract stating that the battlefield would be limited to the Bright Luster world, and those at the Empyrean level wouldn't directly participate in the battles. Humanity and the saints had existed in precarious peace. But today, this temporary and false peace would be broken. Let the curtains of the true war rise today. Chapter 1920, The Might of Divine Dream. Ha ha ha. Before Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, Skyren Godlord was already wildly cackling. Do you really think we're cattle to be butchered by you? Do you think I wouldn't kill off you saint dogs and wait for the pack of you to bite us instead? Today, none of you are leaving here. Skyren Godlord was already enraged. For all these years he had been holding in his anger, his vexation growing more and more. The red-robed Saint General had caused innumerable troubles for him, constantly taunting him with the prospect of an all-out war, so how could he not be angry about this? You don't think any of us are leaving? You sure like to shamelessly boast. The several peak Empyreans of the Saint Army began to laugh. Since you all want to die a bit earlier, then let me fulfill your wish. I've always wanted to experience your strength, in particular you, Divine Dream. I heard that you are a peerless talent of your era and are considered the spiritual leader of humanity. Then, let me see just what capital you have today. The red-robed Saint General licked his lips, his eyes filled with a plundering aggression as if he could pierce through the dense fog surrounding Divine Dream and see her appearance. Facing such rude behavior, Empyrean Divine Dream simply stretched out her right hand. On the ends of her fingertips, tiny ice crystals seemed to gather, forming an ice lotus that quietly bloomed. As this ice lotus appeared, a hazy and mystical atmosphere followed it, as if there was some vague sound from the heavens reverberating through the world. From a single node, in an instant it swept through the world. Space dimmed, becoming mystical. Hallucinogenic lights filled the world. A rainbow of light ripples spread out, dazzling the senses. Divine dream space. This whole space extended to infinity, seeming to contain some horrifying depth in its magnificence. The red-robed Saint General frowned. He was directly enveloped in this space. He was impressed. He was well aware that this woman across from him was considered the person closest to true divinity within the human race. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the divine realm, true divinities being severed long ago, if it wasn't for the fact that she chose to take the extinct path of dual cultivating energy and divine, if she hadn't needed to rely on herself for all this time, then she might have already become a true divinity. The red-robed Saint General gripped his fists, explosive sounds echoing out from his joints. With loud crackles, his body grew larger and taller. Golden beams of light shot out from his pupils and he emitted waves of mystical strength. This was the saint race's bloodline body metamorphosis. The red-robed Saint General didn't underestimate his opponent. From the start he gave it everything he had. With his bloodline, after using body metamorphosis, his golden eyes would be able to penetrate through all illusions. It was a top technique of the saint race. In the middle of the divine dream space, countless celestial bodies floated about. Innumerable divine mountains hovered in space. In the midst of that endless fog, every mountain had a ghost of divine dreams sitting in meditation atop it. Every ghost emitted a vast pressure, the eyes like stars that aimed towards the red-robed Saint General. Every ray of light transformed into god-beasts in space. They were covered with scales, possessing an ancient and distant will as they roared out loud, sweeping towards the red-robed Saint General. These god-beasts and all other illusions were formed from the dream, but they were incredibly lifelike. They truly possessed the power of Empyreans and the strength of god-beasts. Reality was a dream, dream was a reality. Within the divine dream space force field, everything Empyrean divine dream thought of could turn into reality. On the side of the humans, all martial artists watched with wide eyes. This was the first time they had seen Empyrean divine dream fight. The god race had long heard of divine dream's fame, but as to just how strong she was, they didn't know. Today, they would finally see it. An illusion attack? The Saint General coldly sneered. His golden eyes burst out with a golden light that could pierce through all. A trillion golden symbols smashed into the surrounding world, but in the blink of an eye they were all crushed by the infinite mystical strength surrounding everything. His golden pupils that could see through all of existence actually couldn't see through anything in this world. His vision was completely sucked in by divine dreams incarnations and those god-beast illusions. In an instant, the red-robed Saint General's complexion greatly changed. How is this possible? Could this space be the real world and not an illusion? The red-robed Saint General felt goosebumps rise all over his body. To transform the real world with but a thought, was that even possible? Bang! A dragon-shaped god-beast swept towards the red-robed Saint General. The sharp claws only gently grasped outwards to easily tear open the void, creating a whirlwind of death. The red-robed Saint General tossed his head back and roared out loud. His fist was as hard as a star, possessing the momentum to crush apart planets. In a single breath he punched out countless fist phantoms, slaughtering the god-beasts around him. Every fist strike caused a god-beast to suffer heavy wounds, or even be crushed. These god-beasts were overall slightly weaker than a lower Empyrean, but their bodies were actually incredibly tough. As every god-beast broke apart, the red-robed Saint General was also struck in return, causing his blood to tumble. Moreover, he soon realized that the shattered god-beasts were actually rapidly reforming, a continuous stream with no end. The red-robed Saint General was consuming a considerable amount of strength. As for Empyrean Divine Dream, she was at the center of the divine dream space and hadn't even moved her fingers. Her eyes were slightly closed. A dim white holy light covered her, like falling snow. Her posture was as if she were leisurely standing around. Empyrean Divine Dream seemed as if she hadn't used any strength at all. In fact, it looked as if this battle was not involved with her in any way, as if she had never attacked to begin with. This is her world, her battlefield. If I can't break apart this world, then her strength will be endless. I will suffer certain defeat. The red-robed Saint General's heart shook, immediately believing he understood the basic mysteries behind this world. To turn the dreamland into reality, this was the so-called Divine Dream Space, Divine Dream's unique ability. As long as they were within the Divine Dream Space, then Divine Dream stood in an invincible position. Your thoughts aren't wrong, Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly said. With a single glance she had been able to see through the red-robed Saint General's heart. Her awe-inspiring voice contained a thick killing intent. The red-robed Saint General turned cold. How was this possible? They were both peak Empyreans, so how could Divine Dream know what thoughts were in his mind? As he looked at Empyrean Divine Dream, all of his confidence faded away. Even his thoughts had been seen through. This was too terrifying. What you think of in your heart is your dream. In my Divine Dream Space, all your dreams are open before me. There are no secrets you can keep. Empyrean Divine Dream icily said, seeming as if she could drown the red-robed Saint General in ice. Divine Dream Space. As its name suggested, it was a boundless dreamland and originally possessed an unfathomable effect on the mind. The red-robed Saint General was placed within the Divine Dream Space. In his shock, his mind had fallen to illusion, and thus it was naturally easy for Empyrean Divine Dream to pry into his thoughts. This was a terrifying force field. Facing Empyrean Divine Dream, the red-robed Saint General felt tiny and exposed, like a naked baby. If even his thoughts were seen through, how could he fight? Is she really only an Empyrean? The red-robed Saint General immediately thought, his heart beginning to waver. And at this time Empyrean Divine Dream naturally detected the flaw in the red-robed Saint General's mind. She waved her hand and the entire Divine Dream Space rapidly darkened, all light vanishing. Or, it was more accurate to say that everything vanished, turning into dim chaos. Suppress. A single word seemed to transmit from boundless celestial temples. Infinite strength contracted, instantly turning into a massive star-sized suppressed character in the Divine Dream Space. With a loud rumble, even space and time seemed suppressed by this symbol. When the red-robed Saint General saw this symbol, he felt as if the force of innumerable stars was pressing down on his limbs with an amazing force, firmly keeping him locked down. He couldn't move. Realizing something was wrong with his body, the red-robed Saint General felt the coming of an inexplicable horror. Empyrean Divine Dream's laws suppressed not his body, but his soul and mind, making him unable to move. If he were to be struck by that suppressed symbol which gathered all of the power within the Divine Dream Space, then it was likely he would disintegrate to nothing, with even his soul destroyed. Damn! Move for me! The red-robed Saint General howled. He grit his teeth and burnt his blood essence. Every wisp of blood essence pierced through the void, resonating with the world. It was like countless divine wheels spinning around and roaring, wanting to crush apart the mystical strength all around them. As he burned his blood essence, the red-robed Saint General's formidable strength erupted to its limits. The mystical strength binding him down began to shake and loosen. Ka ka ka. The seal was nearly demolished by the red-robed Saint General. Without a change of expression, without even opening her eyes, Empyrean Divine Dream floated forwards, a lofty beauty that emitted a holy brilliance. A jade-white finger slowly stretched out, casually drawing another suppressed character in the void. This suppressed character rapidly expanded in space, quickly turning into another star-sized symbol that came pressing down on the Saint General. Bang! The void shook. The suppressed character crashed onto the red-robed Saint General's body. The universe seemed to collapse as everything fell into endless darkness. The red-robed Saint General seemed to be struck by millions of planets, all of them colliding with him. His bones shattered and his flesh burned. He exhausted all of his strength to stop this suppressed character. I am not willing. How can I be killed by the likes of you in a place like this? The Saint General screamed, his eyes frightening. Boundless and majestic golden energy gushed out from his pores. Like countless small golden dragons roaring, the erupting aura shocked the heart. He knew that if he really fell into the endless darkness behind him and the world contracted onto him, he would die without a grave. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't rid himself of the suppressed character atop his head. This simple symbol contained an inexhaustible strength that left one drowning in hopelessness. Then, at this time, rumble, rumble, rumble. A crazy power surged forth and the divine dream space shivered. From the Saint Race army, the Golden Crown Empyrean had attacked. The flesh of his right hand had turned into a blood-red lance that pierced through the void. This lance was 10,000 feet long and incredibly sharp and dense, impossible to withstand. A boundless blood vitality flooded out in all directions, so potent that it even squeezed out the mystical strength exuded by the stars. He came from one of the special clans within the Saint Race. His supernatural bloodline power was this blood-red lance. It was known as the strongest lance amongst the saints, able to penetrate everything. He watched as the red-robed Saint General was soon to be defeated by Divine Dream and had no choice but to help. When martial artists dueled, others butting their way in or launching sneak attacks wasn't honorable at all. But at this time, how could he care about such things? But as the Golden Crown Empyrean attacked, his eyes as he looked at Empyrean Divine Dream were filled with bewilderment. Was she an Empyrean or a true divinity?